Good evening, everyone. Evening. In accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSA 10:4-6, adequate notification of this meeting has been provided by advertising in the Record and the Herald News, posting notice in the Board of Education Administration Building, and filing notice with the city clerk. To ensure accessibility, interpreter services are available upon request. Please submit your written request at least 24 hours prior to the board meeting to the school business administrator, to Dr. Stephen A. Lewis at stephenlewis@hackensackschools.org. I hereby call to order the special meeting on Wednesday, May 6, 2026 in the Hackensack High School Media Center at
6:16 p.m.
6:16 p.m. Dr. Lewis, can you please do a roll call?
Trustee Austin Balaputra.
Present.
Trustee Amar Hamza.
Present.
Trustee Carroll.
Present.
Trustee Gilmore.
Here.
Trustee Jones. Trustee Pringle.
Present.
Trustee Stein.
Here.
Vice President Martin.
Present.
President Harris.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the flag salute.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. We are going to start first with our budget presentation from our central office, and then we'll go into public comments, and then after public comments, the board will go into executive session. And then after that, we do have some resolutions to vote on this evening. Okay, so without further ado, I hand it off to Miss Andrea Oates Parchman and the central office team.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education, public. Tonight, we present to you our revised budget for your approval. But before we begin, I would just like to acknowledge our Board of Education members, Board President, Mrs. Jennifer Harris, Board Vice President, Mr. Kenneth Martin, and our trustees, Miss Melanie Alston Balaputra, Miss Layla Amahanza, Mr. Demetrius Carroll, Miss Eugenia Gilmore, Mr. Mike Jones, Miss Shivani Pringle, and Mr. Mark Stein. I would also like to acknowledge our central office cabinet members. In her absence, Mrs. Rosemary Marks, Assistant Superintendent, Mrs. Danielle Diaz, Executive Director of Human Resources, Dr. Stephen Lewis, Business Administrator, Board Secretary, Ms. Lindita Agastra, Assistant Business Administrator, and Mr. Alex Blender, Executive Director of Technology. And finally, why we are here, most importantly, we're here to ensure that in school year 2026-2027, our students receive a thorough and efficient education. So at this time, we are going to invite our curriculum director and our director of bilingual ESL and world language, Mrs. Jennifer Lineski and Miss Marcella Moncloa, to come forward and present the curriculum information pertaining to our 2026-2027 budget.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. We're here to present curriculum budget priorities as we've revisited everything and thought about carefully what it takes to support students. given the constraints we're working with at this time. We will continue to purchase instructional resources for K-12 ESL with the Vista Higher Learning. We will continue to support teachers from K-12 at the building level at the elementaries, but from our department level, from 5th and 12th grade. We will purchase access test supplies to support our annual state testing. We support annual NJSLA testing with bilingual dictionaries, so that must stay in the budget. We support our graduates, if the graduates in need, if they need assistance with their dues. And per state guidance, we are allowed to use the WIDA model to exit students in the middle of the year. We will, of course, be purchasing those tests as well. In the summer, we do a lot of work after we get our access scores. We screen students and place students, so we have budgeted for that. And leveraging title funding to continue our professional conferences for bilingual and ESL staff, and also for our Vista Higher Learning, that is our ESL curricular platform. In the World Language Department, again, with a keen lens on supporting curriculum, we will purchase 8K to 12 Spanish instructional licenses, 7th and 8th grade French instructional licenses. We will support classroom supplies in teachers' classrooms, and of course, our seal of biliteracy language testing licenses. Also, we have allocated funds to support and sponsor ceremonies to honor those students that are achieving the seal of biliteracy. We also sponsor French, Italian, Spanish, and National Honor Society memberships and ceremonies. We continue to support the 2 AP language teachers that teach those courses, and Vista Higher Learning World Language Platform, fulfilling our professional development needs, as well as in-house professional development that we deliver monthly to our teachers. Thank you. Here is Ms. Jen Lineski, Director of Curriculum.
Thanks so much, Ms. Moncloa. Okay, so there we go. So the next 2 slides, we have 2 slides for general curriculum and instruction. The first slide is for the K-4 world. The second slide is for the 5-12 world within our district. You'll notice that both slides are going to be organized in the same way. First, presenting instructional resources, some areas of curriculum development we'll be focusing on over the summer, and then also our professional development focus for both levels, the elementary and secondary. So we'll start off with the elementary world. We have K-4 curriculum and instruction, instructional resources. We are in our last year of our commitment to HMH. We are honoring that contract, so those materials will be purchased and that contract will be paid as per those guidelines. Our cursive handwriting mandate that the state has put forward. We are infusing cursive handwriting in grades 3 through 5. So we will be purchasing a cursive handwriting resource for our teachers to utilize with our students. We are going to continue our implementation of a universal early literacy skills screener in grades K through 3, and this is also state mandated. And we will continue to provide Wilson reading resources through Foundations and Fun Hub subscriptions for our teachers. This upcoming school year, we are mandated by the state to implement the new K through 12 science standards. So we will be purchasing additional instructional materials to support any curricular revisions that we make in accordance to those new with those new standards. So that leads us into curriculum development for our K-4 world. So again, like I stated, science will be a focus for us because all of those standards will be new. So we will be working on that over the summer. We will be revising our K-4 health curriculum. And as I said before, in grades 3 and 4, and we'll also see on the next slide in grade 5, we will be infusing cursive handwriting into the ELA curriculum to meet that mandate. The K-4 media curriculum will be updated, and the K-5 gifted and talented curriculum will also be updated. In terms of PD, what we're going to be focusing on in both in K through 12 is, of course, we're going to be leveraging our Title II funds to help support our teachers. But then also in the K-4 world, we are going to be leaning into our impact grant funds to help provide sustained high quality professional learning for K-4 teachers in the area of the science of reading. We are going to be provided targeted PD in the areas of math, particularly focusing on algebraic thinking and reasoning at the lower level. And then we are, of course, going to be focusing on science instruction that aligns with the new standards. In grades 5 through 12, very similar, you'll notice. We are again, HMH is a learning resource, or excuse me, instructional resource that we use at the middle school level. So we are again, we'll be honoring that last part of our contract. Cursive handwriting, like I said, will be seen in grade 5 and materials will be purchased. Universal skill screeners for math and ELA will be purchased for the secondary level, along with high interest decodable texts in ELA, and then replenishing all consumable instructional materials in all subject areas. In terms of curriculum development, the science updates carry all the way through to grade 12. Again, that cursive handwriting we'll see in grade 5, but then we'll also be taking a really close look at math, visual performing arts, social studies, and health to make any updates as needed. As I said before, we're going to lean into our Title II funds, of course, to support our teachers, but we will be providing PD. We have money and funds allocated to help support AP leadership workshops and the AP Summer Institute, evidence-based literacy practices, of course, Open SciEd and ambitious science teaching practices, and then also working with the New Jersey Amistad Commission. And now I'm going to hand things over to our wonderful Director of Human Resources, Ms. Danielle Diaz.
Director Lewinsky. Good evening, everyone, members of the public and members of the board. One of the things that, first, let me excuse me for my allergies and my sinusitis. So excuse me for sounding a little off than I normally sound. When we spoke at our last meeting, one of the things that we talked about was what does HR do? And tonight we're going to go a little bit of how we are supporting our staff through this budget transition as we move forward into 26-27. So our role as a strategic resource, we are providing individualized employee support. That includes employee transition assistance. And again, for those of you who have emailed me over the course of the last couple of weeks, I am working my way through my email. So I thank you for your patience as I navigate my sea of emails that I do have. I will definitely get to you for sure. Of course, we continue to support our staff through their leaves, maternity, paternity, other medical related leaves. One of the most things I'm really excited about that we started talking about in the winter is some employee wellness and support partnerships that we have. And that's one of the things that Dr. Lewis and I have been very passionate about. So Select Wellness came to us last week to central office and did a little wellness program for our staff. And this week, Evergreen Medical Group is with us at our schools, and they'll be at another school, at the middle school on Monday. And another agency has reached out for employee wellness programs. So we're looking to support our staff with everything that comes along with wellness as we, again, navigate through this challenging time. And of course, continuing to be a thought partner with my colleagues and the board as we navigate through these critical decisions that we've been making. So some key actionable strategies that we've actually really been trying to support our staff through is personalized guidance on next steps. Everyone has a story. I have to acknowledge that, and what available options there are for staff. We have job search support. Director Blinder and I have been also trying to be very present and available for staff if they need assistance with resume guidance. Some people have not had to do a resume, in 5, 10, in some cases, 20 years. So we're trying to provide them assistance with that, as well as application assistance. Gone are the days where you mail, your cover letter and resume and transcripts to a Board of Education. Most districts now are utilizing AppleTrack or Red Rover or other electronic applications. Coordination with neighboring districts. I am a member of the New Jersey Association of School Personnel Administrators. I'm very close with a lot of those, my HR colleagues. And one of the things that I did was I shared no names, but just the positions. And I said, listen, if there are staff that happen to apply from Hackensack, these are the positions. Please give them a look. And I'm very proud to say that several of our staff have been offered positions in other districts. So we're looking to continue to support them through that challenge. And of course, our ongoing collaboration with our union leadership, really trying to work with all of our presidents and vice presidents on supporting them and their staff, of course, through this challenging time. And of course, looking to serve as an asset to assist in our fiscal recovery as we get to 2027. I will now turn it over to Dr. Stephen A. Lewis, our business administrator.
Good evening, all. So as we go through the budget overview, we'll go through a couple of explanations as to what is the budget and why does it matter. The budget is a balancing act between revenues and expenses. It helps school districts avoid excessive spending and allows them to focus funds on specific areas that require them the most, such as curriculum, facilities, and programming. Some of the revenue fund sources are broken up into 5 categories. You have your local tax levy. Your local tax levy is derived from the property taxes to support the school district. Your state aid is a weighted student formula that's used to calculate and distribute state aid to public school districts. Entitlement grants are formula-based funds and restricted funds that are dictated by the school's enrollment, population, student needs, and socioeconomic statuses. Your fund balance is the difference between the school district's assets and liabilities. So between the revenues, the difference between the revenues and expenses is the fund balance, which is also considered a savings account. And your capital reserve. Your capital reserve is a specific restricted asset account within a school district's general fund that accumulates funds for future capital projects. So what do we spend our money on? Regular instruction. This is in regards to general education classrooms. That's your salaries for teachers in K through 12. The special education, funds specifically allocated for students with individualized education programs, special schools, and co-curricular activities. In addition to that, funds that are also allocated are tuition, payments that are made outside the district to other schools that our students attend, instructional support, the maintenance and operations, as well as transportation of the students. The School Funding Reform Act breakdown, the district received approximately 6% increase this year. And that was broken up between equalization aid, special education categorical aid, security aid, and transportation aid to the amount of approximately $43 million. Outside of that, the biggest lump sum of revenue is inclusive of our tax revenue, a tax levy. The tax levy for 26-27, as you can see on the screen, is a base of approximately $97 million. A 2% allowable adjustment, the 2% increase that the state allows districts to increase the tax levy of $1.9 million. The state also gives another allowable adjustment of increase in healthcare, as all districts, school districts, municipalities, all entities that utilize the state health benefits plan, the insurance went up approximately 37%, and that was unprecedented. So the state allows us to raise the taxes, additional tax raises of approximately $5.1 million that increase, yes, it does increase taxes, but that helps us offset the healthcare increase, as well as our bank cap from prior years. Bank cap, if a school district does not go up to 2% each year, the remaining funds get held in a fictional bank account called bank cap. Those funds, you have 3 years to use it or you lose it. It does increase the district's tax allotment, and now we will be standing at approximately $106 million. Going forward, this will be our base for the future years. Now, how does this affect our average home assessed value? Hackensack, for this, your tax levy is accumulated from a calendar year, not school year. So when you get that white card in the mail, that's your tax levy. It's broken up between your township, your school district, your county. So according to the school district side, your average home assessment for 2026 is $322,035. This is an increase of the prior year of $830. Now, your school tax per average household would be increased approximately $396.98. And that is again for the average home assessed value. So if we look at a couple of examples of other evaluations, if your home is assessed at $275,000, then your average monthly increase would be approximately $28.25. Now, I will say that your average home assessed value is different from your market value. For a house in Hackensack that is as assessed at $275,000, you're probably looking at a market valuation of anywhere between $350,000 to $400,000. So usually your home assessed value is lower than your market value. It's lower than what people would actually pay for your house. So if your house is valued at $450,000, your monthly increase would be approximately $46.23. And again, if your house is valued at $775,000, which your market value might be $1.2 million, your monthly increase would be approximately $79.61. This is a year-over-year tax levy comparison, and the differences from 2020 to 2021 up until this upcoming budget of 26-27. As you can see, the district in previous years did not go up to the 2% allowable max on the tax levy, which created bank cap that we're able to use now, as well as the healthcare adjustment, as well as the 2%, which got us to an 8.9% increase for this upcoming year of 26-27. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to Ms. Agastra to go over our general revenue funds and expenses.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. As part of the 2026-27 budget presentation, the following table will state the district's revenue in comparison from the prior year. The district received an additional 6% in state aid compared to last year, which was about $2.4 million, like Dr. Stephen Lewis stated. The tax levy was increased for the 2026-2027 school year, which includes the 2% cap and the healthcare adjustment. Although the revenues did increase for state aid, it was not sufficient to clear the shortfall, to have the revenues and expenses balance. The following table indicates a comparison from the prior year and the current year in regards to the expenses. For the 2025-26 budget, the district faced an estimated $17 million operating shortfall that relied on a $7 million in fund balance for the current year, which we no longer have available for the next school year budget. As a result, the district entered the 2026-27 budget cycle with an estimated $24 million projected shortfall. Although through a budget freeze in 2025-26, mid-year reductions and staffing modifications, the projected shortfall has been reduced. Our total budget for the 2026-27 school year is about $166 million. We now give it back to Acting Superintendent, Miss Andrea Oates Parchment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Tonight, I want to begin with this slide again. The last time we presented the preliminary budget, I began with this slide because it's very appropriate today. It was appropriate yesterday, and it will be appropriate in the future. And I just want to read this. Some days doing the best we can may still fall short of what we would like to be able to do. But life isn't perfect on any front. And doing what we can with what we have is the most we should expect of ourselves or of anyone else. And I want to say through this budget process, I just want to thank each and everyone who was involved with doing the best that you could do in light of the circumstances. So thank each and every one of you for your efforts. The next slide, the next few slides will give you a clear understanding of the budget cuts that we had to make in order to present to you a balanced budget, and especially in light of our deficit. But first, I want to just call to your attention why I said in the beginning that it is a revised budget. The budget was not approved for the 3 reasons that we needed to include the $1.8 million loan repayment. We had to remove any revenue that was not guaranteed. And sadly, we had to make more aggressive reductions, cuts to offset rising costs. So when we went back, we had to examine again the budget. We reviewed first all the non-salary spending, which is 25% of this budget for 26-27. And we had to identify cost-saving opportunities there. It was tedious. It took several days, and we identified some cost savings. Then in terms of staffing and programs, we had to review staffing, programs, and services, which constitutes 75% of our budget. And unfortunately, this resulted in the reduction in force. And I would be remiss, and I know I've said this several times, but even with this last budget presentation, I would be remiss and insensitive if I didn't say right now that we had no choice. And I know some are here, some are. I can't bring you comfort. I can't mend the anger that people may feel. I can't fix the impact that it's had on our entire community, our families, this Board of Education, our teachers, our staff. I can't. But I had to take the time to just say this again before I present to you the next slide, to show you, because we have a responsibility to show you what we had to do in terms of the reduction. So these are the actions that have been taken over several weeks. And this is the results. These are the results. The first section, you will see the instructional and educational service staff. We had 548 wonderful professionals. And due to this budget, we now have and will have, going into the 2026-2027 school year, 440 staff. We had to reduce 108 positions. Central office, we had 49 before reductions. We had 37 after reductions, and we eliminated 12 positions. District administrators, we had 39 before reductions. We have 30 after the reductions. We had to eliminate 9 positions. Administrative assistants, we had 35 before reductions. We have 20 after reductions, and we had to eliminate 15 positions. Custodial maintenance, we had 54 before reductions, 42 after reductions, and 13 positions reduced. A lot of thought. Just a lot went into making these decisions. And I want to just honor those who will not be with us next year. And say thank you for your service. Again, we had to look at every area, which is the equitable thing to do. And so the extracurricular will have an impact on our students. Field trips, all field trips have been eliminated. Middle school athletics, the program has been eliminated. Middle school camp, the program has been eliminated. And back up to high school athletics, we reduce the number of coaches in every sport for a total savings, as you see. Programs. Middle school woodshop, middle school television production, high school woodshop, high school television production, and grade 4 instrumental music. So now it's time to rebuild. It's time to restore. And these 3 bullets are just the beginning of what we want to share with you of what we are going to do. We're going to look at staffing levels, student enrollment, and ensure that we have the appropriate support and resources in light of the cuts. We're going to prepare and do what we can with the resources we have left to maintain stability for our students and staff. And we're going to explore additional funding sources and long-term financial adjustments. And we're also going to work with the community. We are going to overcome this. I know that I don't want to be insensitive by painting a picture that everything is rosy, but nor can I stand here and not say that there's hope. Because if we don't have hope that things are going to get better, we all might as well pack up our bags and leave. There is hope going forward that we will be restored and we will be the Hackensack Public School District that we still are, but we have issues and we will overcome those issues. So I want to just thank you for your time, and that is it. Thank you.
Okay. So first things first, again, thank you to Central Office for this extremely, extremely difficult task that has really taken everyone to put this together. Many moving parts. It is a budget of $166 million with a 24 million deficit for the upcoming school year for September. It is unheard of. It was extremely painful. Every decision that was made was not taken lightly at all. A lot of consideration was put into it. But we all have a fiduciary responsibility. We all have to make responsible decisions. And unfortunately, those decisions do impact a lot of people, a lot of our staff. One of the biggest things that this board said when we came into office was to communicate with the public. We have communicated as much as we legally can with the public by having as many meetings as possible. Normally, a board has one meeting a month. We have had, on average, 3 meetings a month, sometimes even 4 meetings a month, to make sure that you are getting as much information as possible. Unfortunately, some information is being spread on social media, misinformation. And what I would like for the public to do is please read our agendas. Look at our meetings on YouTube. Look at our meetings. They're also posted on our websites. Come to our meetings. We encourage you to come to our meetings. We do not close our doors. We even accommodate in the auditorium. If we have to go to the gym, we will go to the gym to accommodate our community. Please get the information from us. We are being as transparent as we can to give you all the information that we can at once. Special education. I know that's a very big and most recent topic, especially with related services. I will say, one, I am pleased to know that our Human Resources Department is helping our staff to transition. As she had mentioned to us in our committee, she does have her HR cousins, as she called them, her HR cousins who she communicates within the area. And our hope is that there will be a home there for you, and that the transition is smooth. I myself am a parent of a child with special needs who does receive those related services, and I am equally affected and upset about these decisions. But unfortunately, these are the decisions that we have to now eat. And what I will say is that for this school year, nothing is changing. This is all again for September. And for September, there will be a plan. For June, Ms. Andrea Oates Parchman and her team, they will give us what the next steps will look like and what the next school year will be like. And please remember, as your child has an IEP, all of their services are mandated. So it might not be with the same person, but your child will still receive their speech, their PT, their OT, their behaviorist services, anything that they need, they will still be getting. I also want to thank my board members, my fellow board members, for also participating in many, many committee meetings and being heavily involved in this process. Remember that we are the liaisons to the community. We hear you and we ask these same questions in the committee meetings. So that way you are informed just as well as we are. I also want to thank Ms. Parchman and her team for these slides that were very clear. And it was able to show us exactly, because people were concerned, is this area being impacted? Is that area being impacted? As you can see, every area is being impacted. And the slides, I feel, were very concise, and visually they were very simple to read. And thank you for that. The slides with the extracurriculars and programs, that was posted because the community gave us feedback. The community has been asking, how much? What does this cost? How can we help? Now it's there. These are the things that we need. These are the things that we need help with. I'm not sure how the community will come together, but I know my town. I know that Hackensack is very strong, and I know that we will find a way to rebuild, and we will find a way to make these things come back. Again, as I had mentioned before, this is temporary. This is not a forever thing. So for this school year, maybe the next, we need to be creative, and we need to find ways to give these programs and extracurriculars back to our children. And again, Ms. Andrea Oates Parchment ended with that there is hope. And I do believe that there is hope. Right now, the pieces are at the bottom, but we will put them back together. And thank you for that. I know this is not easy. This is not easy for any one of us here. Many of us have lost sleep and have been worried, concerned for this day, if this day was even going to come. And I'm just very thankful that we were able to find a solution to get here. And thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. So at this time, I will open the floor to the board to ask any questions related to the budget. Just please remember that these questions have to be said out in public. Any budget questions related to personnel will be handled in executive session, but this is the time to ask any financial or presentation questions on the budget. So I will open the floor to my board members. Any questions or comments?
I do. Just give me one moment. Sorry.
Sure.
I just had a question. You guys hear me?
Yes.
For Andrea, the central office staff that was cut. I'm just a little confused on, so central office is everybody that's actually in central office, like, so the administrators don't count towards that, or like, how many people sit in central office, the building?
I'm going to have Ms. Diaz answer that question, but there are central office staff who are in our building not considered central office staff because
Okay.
they're administrators, part of the administrators, the 39 administrators that you saw.
Oh, thank you.
Right, so Mr. Schwartzman is correct. Is this on? Better? Ah, there we go. So our central office staff is made up of not only people who actually sit in central office, but you have several non-bargaining unit staff members, including many of our tech staff. We include our former parent coordinators in that number, as well as our school monitors are considered central office staff member because they're non-bargaining unit staff members.
Okay, so how many people are actually in the building after these cuts?
We can get you the exact number.
Okay.
Sure.
I had a follow-up question as well. I don't know if this is for Dr. Lewis or with the revenue. And I just got this last night. Sorry, I just got this last night, so I was kind of up late last night, going through this. And I know a lot has been changing over the last couple, like, hours, days, minutes. But I just noticed some discrepancies on the revenue page. Some of the percentage of change looks off. Like if you look at, for example, tuition and miscellaneous, it went from a 25-26 to 4.5 million to 26-27, 4.6 million. And it says that's a 48.7% change. That's definitely not a 48%, unless I'm missing something or I'm reading it wrong. I'm sorry, revenues. I don't know, it just says revenues on top of it. General expenses, the page before, revenues. I think it's the only one that says revenues. Revenues. So if you look at tuition, miscellaneous, and you see that it's a 48.7% change, but that's definitely not a 48.7% change. It's actually,
Apologies, that's a typo, should be 4.87.
4.87, okay. So, and then I was just kind of comparing everything to the budget that was submitted, and it seems all of these percentages of change are a little bit different. So except for the tax levy, which is accurate at 8.94, they're kind of all off. So the total revenue, actually, total revenue is a little bit more different than that. But so for example, the grants, where we have it here is a 12.4% increase. That's actually a 2.4% increase. Was that was a typo too? Grant special revenues? Yeah. State and extraordinary, says it's 6.4, it's actually 5.7. Yeah.
That information was actually provided directly from the state. So that, if you're looking at the state and extraordinary aid, that change was directly from the state of 6.41. There's additional. So some went up, some went down, but the total was that.
Okay, so
It's on-
the difference in change isn't the difference between 25-26 and 26-27?
It was from the state information. That's
Okay,
the
so this
exact-
isn't reflective of what's in our actual budget that we submitted to homeroom or to the state?
No, this is in homeroom.
Because that's where I caught the discrepancy. Maybe we just offline, maybe
Yeah,
just take
that's
a look
fine.
at it if
Let's-
you don't mind.
Yeah, let's look at it, because I want to see, you might, something might not be included on that, so if you're looking from homeroom, the extraordinary aid might not be, let's
Okay.
look at it together, that's fine.
So maybe I'm not familiar with all this stuff. This is my first time going over budget, so pardon me if I'm out of line with some of this stuff. I also looked at the total revenue. So here there's a 3.9% increase in revenue between 25-26 and 26-27. Is that right?
From what was presented.
Okay. I want to make sure that the public and everybody listening sees what we're presenting. And because when I looked in the budget that was submitted, and this was on 5/4 at 6:20 PM. So I think that was the budget that was submitted. It had our total revenue from 25-26 as 174 million, not 163.
Yep, that was the adjusted. So
Right.
what this is submitted, this is what was submitted last year. So when we put in every year, you go back in and you do put their adjusted budget.
Right.
So that's a difference. We are comparing from what was submitted versus the adjusted budget.
Okay, so we're looking at our adjusted, so this number from 25-26 is adjusted or it's submitted?
No, this number right here is not your adjusted budget.
That's your submitted.
This is the submitted budget.
Okay, so I think what's confusing me is the 3.9% increase isn't really, the adjusted budget is the money we actually spent, right?
No, so the adjusted budget is when the district submits their budget, right, wrong, or different, they submit it to the county for approval. The adjusted budget is the next year, you go back in and then you put in the actuals and the projected to get you through the year, just like it's part of the cash flow.
Right.
So that's how you see that you're in a deficit. That's how we saw it, because you're putting in the information that shows that the changes were made from what was actually submitted. So when you're comparing off of information that, from the complete 197 page document.
Right.
This is a snapshot of what was presented
Okay,
versus what was actually presented.
so it's
again.
comparing projected to projected.
Yes,
Okay,
because you can't compare the actuals that haven't happened as of yet. You can't.
no, I understand that. I'm new to looking at this, but when I looked at the actual budget, they gave a bunch of columns and then they gave the column 3 difference. Is that what it is? But it did show 25-26 projected, 25-26 adjusted, 26-27 projected. So I didn't know, because it's actually a decrease, right? If we spend 173 million in 25-26 and we're projecting lower.
That was yes. So that's where the situation came in.
Okay.
Yes, so your adjusted budget is different. That's how you got the deficit. That's how the district got into the deficit position, because when you're putting in your actuals, when you're putting in your cash flow, and now you're comparing it to what was projected.
So it's apples to apples.
Yes.
Okay, in that same light, so I was looking, and now this isn't from your presentation, it's just my last thing. I'm not gonna go crazy on it, but I was looking at the budget and looking at charter school tuition, and they had the adjusted charter school tuition in 25 was 8 million. The adjusted in 26 was 7.7 million. And then the future 27 budget, we have in there as 8.8 million, which is a 14.7% increase. Is that because we're expecting to lose students to charter school? Was that what it is? I mean, I want to know the thinking behind it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the state actually gives us the charter school numbers.
Okay.
That is a direct pull from the state actually gives us that information. They have a pull on the Jersey homeroom, and that's what we're inputting. And
So
then
the
you
state-
also project forward. So the state takes the enrollment numbers and gives us the specific what you have to pay the charter school. Then we have to take the projected enrollment over the last 3 years to see what has been the increase in enrollment, and you project forward.
So it's enrollment and tuition combined that give you that number.
Yeah, it's how you project forward.
Did charter school tuition go up a lot, or is the state saying you're gonna have more people going to charter school?
No, it's the projection of additional students going, as well as there is an increase every year on how much we have to pay charter school.
Okay, it just seems significant because the prior year there was a decrease from 8 million to 7.7 million. Now we're jumping up to 8.8. I just was curious.
I just wanted to go back to one of trustee Jones' point, his first point about the tuition and miscellaneous on revenues. I mean, I'm not a math wizard, but I know you said it's 4.87, but I've been getting 4.05.
Yeah, it's not.
You got 4.05?
Tuition change. I got 4.2.
4.23?
Yeah.
Okay, so you divided it by the 25, 26.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Still not 4.87.
Yeah, it says it's 48.7. Yeah, right. So it's lower than 4.87. also.
4.23.
But it's way lower than 48.7.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you got 4.2.
I got 4.2, yeah. But I mean, it's kind of ballpark.
Right.
Are there any more questions from the board? Yeah.
I have a question about revenue, and I don't know if this is business office or curriculum office or both. The programs that we're losing at the middle school and the high school, I know that we don't have TV Studio 1, 2, and 3. We don't have the full range of courses to have students that would be considered completers under Perkins. But it's my understanding that I would hope that we would fully explore whether or not any of this programming is eligible for federal funding under Perkins 5, especially because Perkins 5 was expanded to include middle schools. That if not now, because clearly we're not in a position to do it at this moment, but to fully explore revenue options to restore these programs, because these are critical life skills. Media literacy, the ability to communicate and create media, to understand how we consume media, the ability to work with our hands, to build things, to put things together. Those are critical life skills and lucrative career opportunities for our students. And while we may not be able to afford these programs at this particular moment, I'd like to know where we are in terms of exploring options to bring in the revenue to help us fund these programs in the future.
Trustee Balaputra, can you explain what Perkins is?
The Carlos Perkins Act is federal funds that are set aside for career and technical education, plumbing, electric, carpentry. Those are more traditional trades, auto, cosmetology. But then you have we've expanded Perkins to cover things like computer programming and cybersecurity and biomedical engineering. Districts that there are a lot of rules and the way the courses have to be ordered and how many students participate in order to be eligible for the funds. But I feel like these are such critical programs, and it's heartbreaking to see them temporarily be put on hold. But how quickly can we put together a plan to get more revenue so that we can afford these programs?
I know you mentioned that to me about a week ago, Trustee Balaputra. And as soon as we finish and complete this, we're going to focus on that. I thought that was a good idea when you brought that up, and we had taken notes about that. So we will be looking into that with the curriculum director and also with the science CTE supervisor.
Thank you.
Trustee Jones just had an answer to your question about the staffing that's going to be
Good.
remaining at central office. We are going to have 19 staff members remaining as of
19
July
staff
1st.
members in the building?
And that may fluctuate. That may fluctuate, not by much, but I anticipate July 1st will be at 19.
19 out of, how many can that building hold? You know, I'm kind of
That I,
throwing
that I,
down.
that I,
Throwing-
next question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do a little bit more research for that for you.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, just to verify, because tonight we're supposed to be, what was, so something funny? Oh, okay. No, I have a serious question. So tonight we're supposed to be approving the budget. So these numbers are accurate. It's just the percentages is not correct. I just want to make sure that these numbers that are here are the true numbers that we're looking at. There's just maybe a miscalculation on the percentages.
The numbers are the correct numbers. I'll work with Mr. Gasher to check the percentages. And make sure it's updated.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Dr. Lewis. Do you, know if we are gonna receive any federal funding this year? For what I understand, the report is put out by the president that New Jersey will not receive any federal funding because we are a sanctuary state. Is that, you know anything or have any information on that?
I do not. We were told to estimate 75% of the previous budget.
For federal funding?
Yep.
Well, for the future, does that still stand, that report is out, that New Jersey not gonna, have you heard that report?
I have not heard that that schools in New Jersey would not receive any federal funding.
Not, well, schools of just the state itself as well, so I assume no.
Yeah, I have not heard that.
That's how we're
District.
trying to figure out that will affect us. If the state of New Jersey is not receiving any federal funding because we're a sanctuary state, will that affect us as a school district? Or throughout New Jersey?
Yeah, well, I would assume if the state doesn't receive federal funding, the districts would receive the federal funding. But I haven't heard anything that the state wouldn't receive any of the federal funding.
Mr. Watchman, have you heard any?
I was just going to say, Trustee Martin, that at my last county superintendent's meeting, we were told that the SESEA application will be coming forward on June 15th. So I would imagine, Mrs. Lineski, that we would be getting some kind of federal funds and that they will be due back in July, the application. Title I, and these are my notes I'd taken on a little posted at the meeting. Title I and IDEA as well are probably good. Title I. I didn't hear about Title III or anything else. Title II, III, and IV, and I have a date here of April 29th, 2026, but I have to look into that a little more, but that's.
Okay, thank you to the both of you.
You're welcome.
Did have just a couple of questions. I think one question just to try and reassure folks, you know, as was raised at our January meeting with our auditor, you know, there were several findings by the auditor regarding financial controls and processes. And I was just wondering if you could speak to that in terms of how those things have been addressed.
The district has been putting in different internal controls in regards to the budget, specifically financial management and overseeing with the PCR, with the first thing. To give a lot of credit to the Assistant Business Administrator, Ms. Agastra, with her work on the PCR. She did an exemplary job on that to get it corrected and updated. So that was the first and foremost thing, is to have an accurate account for the staffing and how that affects the budget, as well as in that PCR is also accounting for the extra pays and all of the additional costs that are associated. So that stuff has been addressed, as well as the district has already, we've been meeting on top of meetings on top of meetings internally. So the addressing to make sure that there's meetings with the different departments and so on have been happening as well. So
Yeah, there are a few things that we're going to do. I think it was the February 11th meeting that we shared with the administrative council that consists of principals and directors and our program overseer at ECDC. I think in the past that we didn't have that type of collaboration where we become more budget conscious, all of us. I can think about when I was a principal, we weren't as budget conscious, but our team now is. I know we've shared one good document that we obtained from New York, a very good document about how a well-run, fiscally healthy district runs. And we have a list of things that we need to do, similar to, that aligns to what Wilcox, the Wilcox company addressed in their presentation. Special services, and this is no reflection on special services at all, but because it's such a huge part of our budget, Mr. Pemberton and I, we're going to be meeting every 2 weeks, you know. We're going to make sure that purchase orders are done correctly. We're going to make sure that things are encumbered when they should be, Mrs. Agastra. There are a list of things, and we can share that with you again, because the corrective action plan pretty much gives an overview, but it doesn't go into details. Some of the things I want to see every timesheet that falls under that I have to sign. I want to make sure there's checks and balances, that what things were done. So it may look like a little micromanaging, but we are going to make sure we're going to follow, what is the gentleman's name, Mrs. Agastra? Mr. Shoops. Everyone knows that. Everyone's been involved with that training and making sure everyone's trained. Mrs. Agastra is really, really good with that, to make sure each and every person, if they didn't get trained the first time, they will the second time, and we're really on top of that. But we can provide, you know, a detailed list of the things. If one thing, it's not good what has happened, but it has made all of us more aware, even at the superintendent level. As a superintendent, it's about instruction and student learning too, but it's also about looking at budgets, knowing what is going on, and paying very close attention to that. So we'll bring that information to you.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
I think it's very important, especially given the circumstances that we're in, that we can reassure the public that there are those controls in place so that these mistakes and worse, the mismanagement that has led up to this point, you know, are not repeated. You know, I think everybody would like to know that. And I can say from a board perspective, you know, under President Harris's leadership, you know, this board has really taken on, you know, a very hands-on role with regard to its responsibility for budget and financial oversight. And everyone, whether they are in the finance committee or not, has been very active and really been participating with questions. And so I appreciate, you know, everyone, you know, in central office, you know, being so accessible to answer those questions. And I was wondering, Ms. Oates Parchman, if you can also just share some of the feedback that you received from the county superintendent, Mr. Fletcher, you know, in working with him to prepare the budget, you know, for tonight's meeting.
Okay, well, I'll be really happy to do that because every time he has come to visit us, and I think it's been about 10 times, the most recent time on Friday. And, you know, one of the things he always begins with is, all of you are doing a great job. And the last thing he said was, I'm really proud of you. But we also have to make sure that we do everything that we can. And those conversations, he said, he'll have with us at another time. But right now, we had to do it. And it's pretty much based on the word he used, internal controls, which is what we're talking about. And I will say, just to acknowledge my late dad, he says, did you learn your lesson? Yes, there are lessons to be learned from all of us. There are lessons. So that's, I guess, the good thing coming out of that, that now we know what we didn't know, and we will definitely address the lessons that need to be learned.
Yeah, and I think it also just bears repeating, you know, we've said this before at other meetings, but, you know, there have been losses of revenue that, you know, we've had traditionally for many, many years that are no longer captured on the revenue sheet that we see. You know, obviously, it's not unique to Hackensack. We're seeing every day you open the paper and you see a new district that is having to go through similar cuts. This morning's record talked about Ridgewood. You know, we see everything that's happening, the devastation happening in Patterson, you know, and you could go, the list goes on and on. But a lot of districts were struggling with the loss of COVID-related funding that was being improperly used to fund fixed expenses, you know, instead of just using it for its temporary purpose. And, you know, and we've said before, there was a loss of revenue of, I think, Dr. Lewis, you had said previously, approximately $6 to $8 million annually with the loss of our sending district, Maywood. You know, and that has definitely added up since, you know, since they left back in 2020. Also, a loss of tax revenue that comes to the district when you get these pilot agreements, you know, that take away tax revenue from our schools. And that obviously was a decision made by the former, you know, mayor and council. And of course, you know, I think to Trustee Jones's comment, you know, just seeing the difference of what was the original proposed budget for 25-26 compared to what was actually spent. And that was just a clear example of the greatest mismanagement, you know, including things that were, you know, paying for things that were never in the original budget, and that we did not have the revenue to support, including positions that were newly created. And, you know, so all of those things, unfortunately, it has come to this crisis level. And I think also, you know, with regard to that bank cap, you know, that those funds that were basically left on the table when prior boards didn't go up to the full 2%. So I think, you know, that just contributes to, you know, the dramatic loss of revenue that we have, and then why you're seeing increases on the tax side. But, you know, we do know and, you know, greatly appreciate all of the time that has really gone in, you know, by you, Acting Superintendent Oates Parchment and your team. It's very easy to kind of condense it all into one PowerPoint presentation, but it has really kind of started since you took on the position back in June and had to peel away all of this information of things you didn't know, things that were not organized, things that were not budgeted, things that were not included in any financial management systems. Our HR director, Ms. Diaz, basically had to create all of our financial records from scratch, along with the amazing work of our assistant VA, Ms. Agastra. And, you know, we know that it's taken so much time to get here. And I just want to, you know, thank you for that leadership and making sure that we have a budget that can be presented to the state. And that, you know, obviously does not take away from the devastation that was in those slides that we saw.
I have a question.
Sure.
And this might not be ready yet, but I do want to ask, with the loss of the programs to the students, what is the communication plan to let the students know that these programs will not be available next year?
I've spoken to the principals at the last meeting to see the most effective and appropriate way to communicate with our students, and we are still working on that. I'll say it again, as you know, I don't know whether you would consider this a strength or a weakness. I am not one to do something in haste and quickly, but I like to do it in collaboration, and it needs to be well thought out, because what I think is right and effective. So I'm going to use my team, and we're going to determine how we communicate to the students, whether we even communicate to kindergarten students or second grade students. We really have to think this out. And that was our discussion at our last administrative council meeting. And I'm not sure with the sports and the coaches if they will even see an impact. So we have to just really look at how that looks. But that'll be the next step of our work. Thank you.
Another question, Dr. Lewis. So just trying to wrap my head around like after next year, right? So I know you always said that there was a 3-year plan, right? So the 3-year plan was to get us back on our footing where we could potentially bring back these extracurriculars, bring back these programs, reduce class size. That's like what the 3-year plan is?
Um,
I'm trying to think out, like what are we looking
Yeah.
at?
so your first 25, 26 is your year zero. So your first year is really,
It's almost 4 years, right? If you, right.
yeah, good, but you're finding the issue was found in 25, 26.
Right.
So 3 years from there. So 26, 27 is your first year, which we stated from the start would hurt. Then as you start managing your expenses and closing the budget, you know, the district will start to recognize that, and that you'll start seeing a fund balance that will be healthy again. Once you start seeing a healthy fund balance, which is your savings account,
Right.
you start shifting other places, we can start to bring the things back slowly, not to the point where they were, but slowly bring back the things that you can afford as a whole, and then, budget it appropriately. So let's say the 6th grade camp.
Right.
If that's something that by the end of that 3-year period, that the district is looking to bring back, we would now start to work that into the budget appropriately to see what areas, hey, are we saving money here? Are we saving money in this area? Have we saved because we did a budget freeze in October instead of February? Can we afford this? Then you can start looking at doing the extra things once you start building your surplus back up.
So we could be, I mean, we're a sick patient getting healthy, right? That's the plan, right? So we could be, 26, 27, we're still hurting. 27, 28, we're getting a little bit better. 28, 29, hopefully we're getting to the point where we can start to bring back. I mean, and I asked too, because our kids don't have field trips, right? And I know nobody wants to do this. Nobody. It's the worst thing. I mean, whatever we're doing should be whatever affects children the least, right? So I'm just saying, so realistically, if we would have to, as a group, say, hey, we're valuing field trips over, I'm making this up, over shop. I think we should have shop too. I'm not saying it like that, but what I'm saying is then we would slowly reintroduce some of these programs, right? Based on what we wanted to prioritize.
So you would look to see what's the reoccurring expenses that come from bringing things back.
Right. Is there staffing?
Exactly.
Right.
What's the cost that you don't see? What's
Right.
the hidden cost? Not just staffing, but benefits. So not just salaries. I mean, you're thinking benefits as well.
Transportation.
Thinking all of them.
Right.
So once we start to build up an appropriate fund balance, once we pay off the loans that the state allowed us to use and cover all of our debt to make sure that we're whole, then we could start to look forward to saying, okay, any excess surplus in a given year, what can we now utilize that for after we have a sufficient fund balance available to us? Then you can start to say, okay, can we utilize, if we want to bring back $500,000 worth of things that was taken out, how do we budget appropriately for that in the next 5 years? Maybe it's not doing all, let's say it's 5 things, not doing all 5 things at once. See what happens with one. So if it's camp, that slowly bring that back. Maybe not at the full 2 weeks, maybe at a half half a week.
They still get the camp experience.
Exactly.
Right.
Maybe it's 2 days per group. So you start there, you start bringing it in gradually and start thinking, okay, can we afford this? You want to see what other external funds are being brought to the district as well. So being that it's removed from the budget doesn't mean that it's completely gone forever,
Right.
right?
So
So
land on community chest, we could bring something back.
Correct. So I was gonna say the
Right.
community, this is where the community can come in and fundraise to have this happen for their 60th year.
Right. which
This
is
year.
Why this is important,
Mhm.
because we could see what field trips need $122,000, right?
well, the
Right.
district cannot solicit donations.
Okay, good point. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Lewis. I didn't mean to cut you off. He said in today's dollar.
In
So
today's
in
dollar.
today's dollar, yeah, so it could increase or depending on the economy. So to that point, right? So and President Harris, I think, said it well with, we have to find ways to be creative, right? So I know the reason I think some people know why I'm asking some of these questions. We're about, between all these extracurriculars and all of these programs that we're cutting, that's about $1.3 million a year. Again, I've mentioned this a couple times offline, and I don't know if it's gained any traction, but have we looked into potentially getting an assessment on central office? We have a whole building that's going to be housing 19 people that right now is assessed at $1.7 million, and in this market could probably go to lower 2s, mid 2s. That can bring back all these programs, all these extracurriculars for 2 years as we get healthy. And in addition, if you wanted to, you don't even have to just do all the programs. You can say, hey, let's make our class sizes a little smaller or something. I mean, again, I don't mean to be speaking out of school, but no pun, but I mean, it's, are we looking at that? Like, I know I've brought it up a couple times and I don't think it's gained any traction, but I kind of wanted to put it out there for everybody because there's a lot of people listening too that might have better ideas about the real estate market or something. Is that something that maybe we can move forward with, getting an assessment on that? That might not fix this year, right? But all this stuff, this all hits our kids. This hits our kids. I mean, you get to go to school once. This ain't your guys' fault. I mean, we're all in this situation. If it sounds like I'm coming off at you guys, I'm not. But this is, you only get one chance to go to school and have field trips and have sports and have shop. I mean, like music. I mean, it's crazy what we're dealing with here. And if we're sitting there and we have a building that we can get over $2 million for potentially, I'm also not a real estate agent, but I've talked to some people today. We're also utilities. There's gas and electric going to that building, water going to that building. We have custodians that are going there. We have our maintenance staff that's plowing. These are resources that we now have less people. And not for nothing, look at all the people we're cutting. There's definitely room to absorb central office staff somewhere else. I'm not doing it for that. But seriously, I'm not fanfaring it. I'm being serious. Like, is that something we can look at? Is that
Trustee Jones, that was already brought up by one of our administrators to me, maybe last week.
okay?
And
I've been
I
mentioning a
said,
couple months. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wasn't aware of that, but that idea, the first time I've heard it was from one of our administrators who brought that up to me. And I said, that's something we can consider. Everything is on the table about being creative. We also have another office at 355 State Street. We thought about, Could we accommodate all of us over there or vice versa, or what could we, so that has been brought up.
Okay,
Yep.
if maybe we could try to get the ball rolling, or at least get her, again, through the president, I mean, maybe just see, you know.
Cost. Well,
And also just to
Well-
I'll let folks know, there have
must be
been,
crazy.
because we said the revenues, the state said we could only include revenues that were guaranteed. There have been other areas that I know you have been exploring, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that you can kind of talk about in terms of.
So
what we could
I
do.
don't think I could talk about that right now, but there is, I can mention that we've explored, because I did speak to one of our parents recently. We've explored moving our students, and that looks like it's about to happen out of ECDC back into the classrooms. However, and this is one of these best practices, that's not going into the budget as a revenue, because that is not guaranteed. We'll be back in the same situation as we were, putting unguaranteed revenue back into the budget. And remember, that'll be a one-time savings. It's not going to be a savings every time. But putting our students back into, it will, the amount of rent that we are paying is just terrible. So there are other things.
Yeah, I think that the idea, just to Trustee Jones's point, is just all ideas on the table,
Yeah.
be as creative as we can be. I know there's other cost saving things that, hopefully we'll be able to continue to take action on. And that can help us bring back some of these programs that are so critical to our students, because clearly we don't want them to be impacted.
No, we don't. Dr. Lewis, you were going to say something about reoccurring?
The only thing, is great ideas. Not stopping, not saying that that's not a way forward. And as the superintendent said, all options are being, reviewed. I do want to just put caution out there, because a lot of times, one-time solutions don't take care of reoccurring costs.
Right,
So-
that's why I asked if you felt we were getting healthier. That's why I led up to that question for that.
I
Because
got
if we're getting to the point where we can work this stuff back, but then we're gonna have 3 years of these kids not having any of this stuff, I'll sell that office tomorrow to give these kids that stuff for the next 2 years. Maybe not next year because of the budget and it's already submitted.
So,
No, yeah, you're right. So, again, I know it can't be included in the budget, like I get that, but some of the stuff probably could. I mean, the building could move tomorrow. We don't know.
so.
I know it's a one-time thing, but it's
I got you.
it's these kids' experience for their life. They're gonna remember this for the rest of their life if they went to 6th grade camp or not. I didn't grow up in Hackensack, but talking to everybody that did, people love 6th grade camp. Like 6th grade camp is everything, right? You guys all went. I think, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not, no.
So I do want to also remind the board that when we were looking at this year, 25, 26, 6th grade camp was up to being canceled. But after a review of the budget, a review with the superintendent, and the assistant BA, when she was acting BA, put a hard freeze on the budget. It allowed the district to see the available funds that they can make the camp happen
So
for
can't,
this year, for 25, 26.
oh, gotcha, okay.
The camp
All right.
is happening.
Right. It's happening next week, right? Or is it this
Right
week,
now.
right now? They're at the camp right now,
So,
time of their lives.
but it's important to, remember when I said that a lot of it depends on, like, okay, is the budget closed at this time
I get it.
versus that?
Right.
Is it closed? We closed it this year. I think we closed it in October versus the normal close, which could have been in February or
Right.
March. So what that allowed to do, it freed up money to say, okay, we can
Right.
make this happen.
Right. I'm just
Now,
thinking
when-
about future years now for all
Agreed.
this stuff.
Agreed, but we have to, and this was part of the reason that the budget got sent back, is because you can't anticipate anything. We can't put in any.
Yeah, I'm not
anticipated
suggesting
thing.
it's for this next budget. I'm
So I
sorry.
get it, but it's the same thing for any future budget.
Right.
We have to see, and that's why I said that if you have to budget accordingly, see what surpluses are available, see if funds trickle down in the year to say, okay, we can make this happen. Hey, superintendent, we recognize that after closing the budget in November, we see a savings of $400,000. Can you talk to the board to see if they would like to bring back sixth grade camp?
Right.
That's the process that happens throughout the year.
I understand all of that.
So-
I'm just saying the sale of that building can expedite that incredibly. So I know it's a one-time thing, but we could find 19 seats. That's all.
Any other concerns,
Yeah.
comments? Is your mic on?
Excuse me, high school athletics, this 113,000, that's from just reducing coaching staff? Is that correct? That's just reducing the coaching staff.
Yes.
Okay, is there any sports programs being cut? Any sports programs being cut from the high school? No,
I think golf was on. Can I speak to that?
'cause I know from last week,
Yeah.
rowing,
Crew.
crew,
Crew is not athletic, it's not part of NJSA, it's a club.
I thought I saw JV tennis on that list. Was JV and freshman sports? Was that
No.
accurate?
No, we looked at coaching and thank you. You can speak to it, Dan. Thank you.
right, so this is just from coaching, that number,
And supplies.
and supplies.
That's a different line, though. The supplies are a different line. Ms. Diaz will speak to that.
The 113,000 included assistant coaches from baseball, softball, girls soccer, football, basketball, girls tennis, fall cheer, boys and girls swimming, boys tennis, basketball, wrestling, outdoor track, and golf.
Coaching.
Yeah.
All right, my next question is, the funding for those programs, are those gonna be cut? The funding. So I'm just saying, wouldn't that bring that, if the funding is gonna be cut, wouldn't that bring that number higher?
I'm not sure of your question.
Each year they get each sport gets a budget. Is that budget being cut?
Just the assistant coach.
Yeah, that's part of,
Is that part of that 113? No, so my point is, right.
it's a, the
would that
other
bring that
line
number
with the,
higher, right?
That number was specifically on staffing.
one is
versus
salaries.
The purchase order side.
Okay. Cause the budgeting for each program is done every year, right? So my question is, that's gonna be cut then, right? The budgeting for these programs? Or no?
The athletic department has already went through and cut their budget, yes.
Okay, that's my question.
So just because I just said some sports out loud, I don't want anything to be misconstrued. So I remember there, and I want everybody to understand, there's been so many different proposals and there's been so many different things. So just to be clear, so the stuff that I mentioned, freshman sports is not going anywhere, JV tennis is not going anywhere.
I think we'll have like a better explanation for you when we meet with the now kind of athletic director who's taken over, because it really doesn't work like that with JV sports versus freshman sports. That's the way they explained it to me. So I think getting a better explanation from the athletic department.
Okay.
So, being at one of the last flag football game, that happened, there was talk, and my question is, the flag football team, the girls' flag football team, from my understanding, is not yet a sport for a Hackensack. going forward in the future, I guess, starting the next flag football season, is there going to be flag football, being that it is not a sport? And then two, I believe they're not, their coach is not going to be here. Their coach right now, I don't know if I can say the name or not, but their coach is not, yeah, so. So that was a question that I was asked, so I didn't know.
I can't speak to the position or personnel. But as I said, we will, especially with the amount of questions being asked about the sports program, we're just gonna give you all the information and meet with the department again. We just met with them. They went through their budget. So there are two items that we share with you. You saw the salary line for it, and you also saw transportation and expenses. And so that's what they cut. But in terms of the program and how it looks, and in terms of freshmen versus JV sports, it's not exactly going to be like that. So I'm going to, instead of standing here trying to answer, sitting here trying to answer your questions about how it looks, either going to see it in our presentation in June, because we have to iron all of that out. So we'll come back with more details for you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Just a general comment. I come from a government finance background. 3 years ago, when I was elected to this board, I was asking very candid questions to our then BA and our superintendent of schools, and never got direct answer to any of my questions. I brought it up in public to our then president, and when I asked as an elected official, asking these questions in public, I was ruled out of order. And I proceeded to remind him that I'm a state, as we all are, state elected officials. We have a right to ask the questions, the important questions. It's wonderful to note that we have a school board that has a direction. And we have an administration now that has given us a firm direction on how we need to proceed. Nobody ever expected to see this district the way it is. My mother graduated this district. I graduated this district. My two very successful kids graduated this district. And nowhere did I ever expect to see us where we are. There are some close friends. Yes, I am. Thank you. I have some very close friends who are losing their jobs. And does it hurt me here? Yeah. We're making, unfortunately, those very hard decisions, but we have a very firm roadwork of where we need to go next year for the next 3 to 4 years. And yes, I'm pained. I think we all are. When we meet 3 and 4 times a week, not a month, a week, and we are all here 100% of the time. It shows that we really care. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, thank you all for your participation. So at this time, we will now move into public comments. Public participation shall be governed by the following rules. 1, if in person, a participant must sign the sign-in sheet and be recognized by the presiding officer and must preface comments by an announcement of his or her name, municipality of residence, and group affiliation, if applicable. 2, each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration during the public session. 3, all statements, questions, or inquiries shall be directed to the presiding officer, and any questions or inquiries directed by a participant to another board member shall be redirected to the presiding officer, who shall determine if such statement, question, or inquiry shall be addressed by the presiding officer on behalf of the board or by the individual board member. And 4, all board and/or acting superintendent responses to questions or inquiries shall be held until the end of public participation. As a reminder to the public, we will adhere to our 3-minute cap. Once you hear that buzzer, please finish your thought, not a paragraph. And we will begin with anyone here in person. If anyone in person that would like to speak, please come up. Sure. Okay, so someone is walking up right now, but go ahead.
As a board trustee, I am fully interested and engaged and want to hear from our community and to hear the concerns that we all have. I never want to cut that off. I want to know so we can make informed decisions because we represent you. I ask, though, as people are part of this conversation, to consider that we put public comment ahead of executive session so that we can hear what people have to say. But then at 3:15 in the morning, we're here by ourselves when it's our turn to talk. I would like for people to be mindful of it's a conversation. And I know that logistics don't allow for people to stay here all night. But I want you to understand, just like Trustee Stein said, how much work goes into us being here to serve our community. And that the longer public comment goes, the later we start to deal with the business at hand. And the later we are here, like I don't know how many more 3:15 in the morning. And it's not because I don't love my community, but I have a child to raise and a job to keep. And I just want us to all be considerate of what we're doing here. And I don't want to, comments are not to censor anybody, but if some of your sentiments have already been relayed to us and we're getting to that late hour, maybe some things can be emailed to us as a board, or just to be cognizant of what it takes for us to do this work. It's significant, and we want to hear what you have to say, but at the same time, we can't do 3 a.m. And I'd be remiss in saying that, because I know we're in unprecedented times. Even more devastating news hit this week. A lot of people have a lot to say about it, and we're all feeling it as parents, as alumni, as members of this community ourselves. And we're with you. Like, if I could switch and go to the podium and do my thing over there, I would. But I just want us to kind of be mindful of how it's a relationship and it's a back and forth. And I just ask that you consider that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone in person would like to speak?
My name is Lauren Alberta, and I'm a speech therapist at Hackensack Middle School. So yesterday, while eating my lunch at 11 a.m., I was informed that all of the related service providers were losing their jobs and our positions were being outsourced to South Bergen Jointure. I'm here to express serious concern about the proposal to eliminate our entire related service team, 30 dedicated professionals, and replace them with subcontracted services through SBJC. At first glance, subcontracting may appear to offer a short-term financial relief. However, this approach often introduces hidden and escalating costs. Contracted services typically come with higher hourly rates, administrative fees, and less flexibility. Over time, districts frequently find themselves paying more for less continuity, less collaboration, and less accountability. What may look like savings on paper can quickly become a more expensive, less efficient system in practice. But the greater concern is the impact on student outcomes. A related service team is not interchangeable service providers. They are integral members of our school community. They know our students, our curriculum, our staff, and our families. They collaborate daily with teachers and child study teams. They provide push-in and pull-out services, attend IEP meetings, adjust interventions in real time, and build relationships that support student growth. We've tried this before. When services are outsourced, continuity is disrupted. Students may see different providers throughout the year. Therapists come and go. There's no accountability. Communication between providers and school staff can become fragmented. Therapy may become more isolated, less integrated into the classroom, and less responsive to student needs. This is especially concerning for our most vulnerable learners, students with disabilities who rely on consistency, trust, and coordinated support to succeed. There is also a legal and compliance risk. IDEA requires that services be delivered as outlined in each student's IEP. Inconsistent staffing, scheduling gaps, or miscommunication with outside providers can lead to missed services, compensatory educational claims, and potential litigation, costs that far exceed any projected savings. Additionally, district providers drive revenue for the district by billing Medicaid for services provided. There is a definite possibility that this revenue will significantly decrease as there will be no system of checks and balances to ensure these contracted providers are submitting their semi-billing. Beyond finances and compliance, we must consider the human impact. Eliminating 30 skilled professionals means learning institutional knowledge, relationships, and a culture of collaboration that has taken years to build. It sends a message to staff and families that our district is willing to sacrifice stability and quality for uncertain cost-cutting measures. This is not simply a staffing decision. It is a decision about the kind of district we want to be. Do we want a system where we are student-centered and collaborative, or one where services are transactional, fragmented, and violate the student's right to a free, appropriate education? I urge the board to carefully reconsider this proposal. While I would love to believe that a full cost-benefit analysis was completed, I fear that this was a fire sale, a quick, last-minute decision to cut costs quickly without knowing the true outcome. I urge you to consider retaining the 11 tenured therapists that currently work in the Special Services Department. Engage with these professionals. They are your strongest resource for understanding what works and what students truly need. We understand the inner workings of each building and district as a whole. Our students deserve consistency, they deserve relationships, and they deserve a team that is fully invested in their success.
Hi, my name is Cindy Roman. I'm an advocate for my kids. So, by my understanding in your budget, you guys discussed everything else but the Department of Special Services in this budget. I don't know if anyone knows what an IEP meeting is. I don't know if anybody attended to one. But my services for my son has been cut. And for my daughter. My son is 5. He doesn't do well with change. None at all. So if we have cut those services for the special need kids, what happens to the Department of Special Services? So your director still has a job? Does that office still exist? What are we doing to fix this? I'm not saying that none of the kids are important, but these IEPs and 504s are highly, extremely important as much as the rest of these kids in this community. We're discussing extended school year. My son got an email for that. How much is that costing for extended school year? What school we going to? What transportation is being provided? Because if I don't live in a 2-mile radius, my son can't get on the bus, but I work. So what you gonna do for me, for my son, when my mileage is a 1.9? And if I tell you I can't bring my son, then I'm gonna get pushback on that as well. The same way goes with My high schooler, she goes to Paramus Tech. Y'all talk about transportation. What's going to happen to that? Do I have to take her to school? How's she going to come back to Hackensack when it's midday? School starts over there the 31st. How do I know my kid's going to be taken there on the 31st until we open here school on the 3rd? None of these people have seen the calendar yet for the upcoming school year. And I already seen it and I don't like it at all. Completely at all. I don't like it. I don't like the way you guys have the days put on there. I don't like the fact that you guys are not in line with another school like Paramus Tech to make sure everybody is in cahoot with everything. Completely. Cutting the athletics, cutting Sister Ray Camp. If that's the case, then cut your director's budget. Cut his salary. Matter of fact, how about we cut your salary? Again, the BOE has completely forgotten their position. And the position is to supervise the superintendent, oversee your policy, and approve the budget. So if we are approving budget, that means we've been approving budget since 2019 and not seeing the bottom line of all the money spending that's been going on. How can we help? How can the community help? Where are you guys taking your donation? Where's the funding coming in? I don't see no talk of that happening. When is it going to happen? When school ends? When September comes? When you guys sit here and talk about last minute, oh, we need funding for 6th grade camp. We need funding for this. When parents are struggling around here, when is this going to end? Because this has been going on since 2019. So I don't want to hear this nonsense about the budget. The budget is approved every year with the BOE. Again, we forgot our position. Give me a second, Ms. Harris. Give me a second. Let me finish my
Time is
story
up.
here.
Finish your
We've
thoughts.
forgotten our position. Supervise the superintendent, oversee our policies, and approve the budget.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, everyone. My name is Shankwa Vereen, and I'm a parent at.
Could you say your name again?
Shankwa Vereen.
Thank
I'm
you.
a parent at Fannie Hillard, and I wasn't even addressed that anything was going to change for my child. My daughter is a 3rd grader inside of Fannie Hillard, and she's been going there, and she's had all these wonderful speech therapists. Yesterday, I walked up to bring her lunch, and how I found out was by seeing teachers walk out the building crying. And for me, that's a hard nut to swallow, especially because I know my daughter does not know that change is about to happen for her. And for me as a parent, it's horrible that I didn't even get notified at all. I don't even know that this change is happening until I woke up into a building and like the principal hasn't said anything. No other parents even know. I was the one who was saying we need to be there tonight because nobody knew. Nobody knew that this was going to change our lives for the rest of our lives. Y'all might see that this is a change for the year and for a couple of months. But for these kids that they serve, that these teachers that's back here serve, they actually are important to our children. My daughter has had them now for like at least 4 years since I've moved here. And to be honest with you, the consistency that they have come into the classroom, they don't just come in and just give us, they come in once a couple of hours to give these kids. They give these kids consistency every day. Every day they have something to feed back to us. They tell us exactly how our kids are performing. Nobody actually talked about special ed, just like she said. Nobody said nothing about the special education, the physical therapy, the occupational therapy, and the speech therapy that's going to be cut for these kids for next year. It's really a heartbreaking thing to know that my kid is going to regress because that's a given. That's a given. If your kid comes into class every day to see somebody that's not there, and these kids that I'm talking about have autism, they have speech needs. They don't have those things that most kids that are normal, that we would consider to be normal. They don't have that. And I understand that sports are important, but we got to get there first. We have to learn how to speak, how to walk, how to talk, how to cut with scissors. We don't have none of that at this point. Nobody knows anything. And we didn't talk about it as parents. We don't even know as parents how we can help. We don't even know that because we wasn't even addressed. We wasn't talked to. We wasn't spoken to. Nobody told us like, oh, you know what? We're going to need you right now to do these things. Nobody knows what we're doing. My daughter just had a time when she needed physical therapy herself and she had a surgery. The crazy part is Nobody couldn't even figure out how to give her regular classes during the time she was out of school. The whole time she was out, she didn't have no teaching. But now we get to this, and I get back to the school to find out that she's not gonna even get her services now. That's just heartbreaking. As a parent, I wish that y'all would reiterate and actually pay attention to what y'all are taking away. Please do. I thank you for listening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Anna Lubis, and I am an occupational therapist at ECDC. Just 2 days ago, I became one of the many related service providers who were laid off by this district. I'm here tonight not only to speak for myself, but for the other OTs, speech therapists, physical therapists, and behaviorists whose jobs were eliminated overnight. Many of these professionals have dedicated their lives, decades of their lives, to serving the students and families of Hackensack Public Schools. What has happened is devastating, not only for staff, but of course for the students and parents as well. Since January, we have been repeatedly told that our jobs were on the line, then reassured we were safe again, then again told our jobs were on the line, and then reassured again. We spent months living under this constant uncertainty and anxiety about our futures and about our careers. Then on May 1st, many of us received official renewal letters signed by the superintendent stating that we would be renewed for the 26-27 school year. 4 days later, we were all laid off. So I just wanted to ask the board, why were renewal letters sent before the budget situation was even finalized? Why were employees given false hope regarding their livelihoods? These are not just jobs to us, like these are careers people built their whole lives around. These are people with families, mortgages, healthcare costs, student loans, and some of these people have invested decades of their lives into this district, and more importantly, into the students and children of this district. And it's very disappointing that we're just going to be thrown away just like that. Some staff members are now being forced out only a few years before they would have been eligible to collect their full pensions. And this decision not just affects their livelihoods, but also their retirement security. And as a lot of my fellow therapists know, it's now very difficult to receive a district position because so many districts are switching over to contract work. And I just want to say that for parents, related services, they're not just extras, they're very integral parts of the school environment and of students' lives. It takes a long time, a lot of patience, a lot of love to build rapport with the students, and we really, really love your kids. And contractors, they have way higher turnover rates, and overall are just much less emotionally invested in the success of the students. So we're not just employees. We deeply, deeply care about the students. We celebrate their progress, we support their struggles, and we have fought for their success every single day that we have been here. So I really, really just would like to urge the board and this whole community to please, like, seriously consider what is being lost here. I know field trips are important. I know sports are important. I totally get that. But, special ed kids are also very, very important. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Guzman, and this is Alexis Walling. I'm sorry. My name is Andrea Guzman, and this is Miss Alexis Walling, and we are both speech language pathologists at Hillers School. Some of you may know us as we have treated some of your own children at Parker, Fairmount, Hillers, and ECDC. We stand here today honestly struggling to find the words with what happened in Hackensack yesterday to the entire related service team. There was no warning, no union representation, just someone delivering life-changing news with no regard for the people on the other end receiving this information. Not even a simple thank you for your years that you have dedicated to this district or the children whose lives you have shaped. Ms. Parchman, we want to thank you for at least acknowledging that tonight for us. Some of you are sitting on this dais know us personally. Why? Because we were your children's speech language pathologists. And as speech language pathologists, our work is never just a job. It's giving your child a voice, sometimes literally giving your child a voice. It is helping your child say mom or dad or a simple I love you. Sometimes it means using communication needs that are not familiar, such as sign language, or giving them a device instead of crying out of frustration, and building the foundations for reading, learning, socializing, and their independence. There are for milestones that have changed the trajectory of their lives. We have worked with many of the families during the most vulnerable moments, advocating to ensure that your children receive the services they deserve, including out-of-district placements that some of your children that are the district is continuing to fund today. This work is personal, it matters, and it has a lasting impact. And yet here we stand completely disregarded. We were told in just simple 6 words that our roles are being outsourced. That was it. No follow-up, no guidance, no explanation of what's to come next, just silence. We have spent these last few hours like you scampering to get information and trying to help one another. Meanwhile, individuals who fail to meet basic responsibility of their own jobs remain in positions, while those of us who have dedicated our careers to supporting your children, the children of Hackensack with special needs and their families are left without answers, without support, and without some dignity. We worked through a very tenuous time. We showed up for our jobs through COVID, and I could tell you that Ms. Walling and myself created the green screen effect so that we can assist your children to speak and continue to give them services, even over and outside of our service hours that we know some of our colleagues have at 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock to help our parents. And in that time, both Ms. Walling and myself lost our mothers, and we didn't even take our entire bereavement time for that. We made sure we were there and present for your children. Our tenure has been ignored. Our health benefits are gone. Our retirement is now unsecure. And when you remove people from roles like ours, it's not just the position you're cutting, it's the relationships, the trust, critical support for children who depend on consistency, care, and love. No one deserves to be discarded like this. And we thank you for your time.
Okay, I never did this before, so I don't know, can I just ask questions or are we just doing the speech?
Questions are answered at the end, but please state your name.
Oh, Felicia D'Angelo.
Thank you.
So basically I have a daughter that was at Hillers and had to get removed. I had to hire a lawyer for her to get moved because she was placed in a classroom that she shouldn't be placed in. And when we had the IEP-ing, my lawyer and the board attorney, Jason here, knows about the IEP, and my daughter was supposed to have a individual para. It is now May 6th, and that was implemented on June 5th, and she still does not have one. That is highly unacceptable. I understand that you guys are going through budget cuts and a lot of things, but my daughter is now being affected by that. Another thing is my daughter is supposed to be doing occupational therapy. That wasn't done either. That was delayed, and now she's not receiving it at all because of the situation with the cuts. My daughter also has a speech delay that causes her to have problems trying to speak and have a lot of other things. She has a neurological development delay. She cannot get herself dressed, brush her teeth, even remind to do proper hygiene. And now these are things that are getting taken away from my daughter, and it's not fair. It's just hard. I'll be honest, I'm tired and it's hard and I don't want to cry, but it's hard and I'm dealing with a lot. And like I feel like when she's in school, she's doing good. Then when she comes home, it's nothing. So taking this away from her is a big problem. Because I can't do everything and I really try to make sure that everything is done properly, but you guys say that you guys are here for her and you guys are here for your students, but how are you here for your students if you're not even sitting here trying to help them? You're taking away the people that are helping them in school, how to cut, how to tie their shoe, how to do things. How is that possible? Like it's honestly sickening that my daughter is going to be 6 and she can't even do things the way she's supposed to do things, and now you guys are taking it away that she was improving. So now it's like, okay, we gave you this and now what? Nobody take it away. So then now she's going to fail. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. And I'm tired of having these meetings, and Jason knows, like, I'm tired of this. It's not fair for a child to not even know how to write her name on a piece of paper and she's 6, gonna be 6. Like, it's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable for this to happen. And now with the cuts with the teachers and everything like that, now since she's in an LLD class, now does that mean that the LLD class is gonna go up when it comes to the students? How does that work with the paras? Now, my other daughter, she's in a in-class support class. Is that going to go up? Are those classes going to go up to 30 kids instead of 20 kids? How is that going to help kids that have disabilities? Like, how is that going to help them? That's all I need to know. How is that going to help them? Because I need to know, because if I have to get my child transferred out and that's going to be more money for you guys to take out of your budget, then I'm going to do that. And that's going to be 2 kids. I don't want to do that. Hackensack is great. You guys take care of, you know what I mean? But I understand the situation, but this is not fair. This is not fair when it comes to kids that have disabilities. We're supposed to be here for the kids with disabilities, not take stuff away from them. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everybody. Boy, I wasn't going to do this, and I wasn't prepared to come up here, but I was like, I listened to all of you. I heard you. My name is Marina Tirboff, and I'm the physical therapist for this district. When I started here, there were 5 of us, and we're down to 1. And that's the way it kind of the attrition went. It's a perfectly appropriate. I have had the privilege to be able to be in every single building in this entire district. So I've met so many wonderful people, and so many people have touched my life. I am one of the people that also did receive, here's your attachment for, you have been rehired. And that was last Monday, a week ago, this past Monday, for the 2026, 2027. And I was like, yes. And then I got an email the following day saying, oops, sorry, mistake. Sorry for the miscommunication. I don't know how, it just baffles my mind that this can happen. And I thought, oh, well, somebody must have hit a send button by mistake. And there's a pile of electronic letters because it had my name. It wasn't dear tenured staff. And then lo and behold, you come in into the office and we're sorry. No, well, I just stood there and they said, so you heard? And I said, of course I heard. It goes like wildfire. Each superintendent, and not Ms. Parchment Oates, I have asked when they have come over to ECDC, and there's probably been 3 of them, and I said, I would raise my hand and say, do you guys have like a 5-year plan? You know, the rest of the United States, whether it's IBM or Amazon or whatever, there's a 1-year plan, there's a 5-year plan, there's a 10-year plan. And I kind of would get a nebulous answer, not a yes, not a no, and yes, we're working on it and this type of a thing. And it's sort of like, you know, this is a business. I understand that. And driving all around this city, I see little cities popping up. These are not communities of 55 and older and senior citizens. These are going to be families that have moved in, are going to move in. And unbeknownst to you, because we're down there in the trenches with the families, you will hear stories of people saying, you know what, I came to Hackensack because they've got a great special education department. You guys have a great reputation here. And it's sort of like, wow. And it's wonderful to hear that. But again, you got families coming in. Where are you going to put these kids? And when you bring up, listen, there's buildings. You had the Zaint's building. You had the library that was torn down. There's a lot of buildings that perhaps could have been considered that we could have utilized, purchased, whatever. ECD is an arterial bleed. We're putting a Band-Aid on it. And I love, that's my home school. I love it over there. I absolutely do. But who would rent an apartment and you have to pay for the plumbing to come in? You have to pay for the electrician. You got a leak in your roof. You have to pay for the roof. Who would sign a lease like that? It makes no sense. And this goes way back. You know, this is 10 years that it's been going. Lastly, one of the things that we really could have done, and I have verbalized this, is we could have really made this an outstanding special education department by properly training people. And instead of being a sending school district with proper training and proper not materials, space and equipment and staff, most importantly, we could have been a receiving school district because they are out there. And we could have been maybe even breaking even with what we could offer to Bergen County. And we have kids that go out of the county. You could have reached out there. And lastly, I want to thank you brought up some great things about, you know, do research, do everything. I happen to go out of town and I have a cousin that is a principal and she's going to be going into a program that has to do with STEM and this type of thing. There's a ton of stuff out there. Ford has a program and they will come in and it doesn't cost you a nickel. You talk about the athletic programs. I was speaking with one of the gym teachers because I push into a special ed gym teacher. And I said, you know what? Who's a golfer? Nobody? Oh, okay. You know, the one that Waste Management did in Phoenix last month, there was a big golf tournament. Everybody in the whole world went. Okay, it's out in Phoenix. Anyway, Waste Management, it's WWW. And all I can think of, this is Jersey. We put golf clubs on all our landfills. I was going to reach out and say, you know what? There's a golf program. It's sponsored by PGA. There's a lot out there. You got to ask us. We can help. And we can help to bring these numbers down. But nobody is asking us. And they're not listening. You know, we got resources here, valuable resources. You got to use them. And then my last question is, with this across the board cut, and maybe you can't answer it, I am curious to see how much money was that, quote unquote, in savings with this across the board cut for related service providers in every single school building. And I'm curious how that comes into what the numbers are that you had put up there. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This has been a joy for me. And as I said, I have met so many wonderful people and they have just touched my life. Kids, staff, parents, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Quinny Burt, resident, lifelong comment, and all the other hats that I wear. I gotta be honest, I feel more confused now than I did when I got here this evening. So much so that I Googled the difference between extensive and detailed, because I found out that extensive means that I give a large scope and I explain things on a huge scale, but it may not be detailed. And so tonight we got extensive and we didn't get details about, we talked about the number of people that were cut, what positions were cut, and why those decisions were made. We didn't ask you for the people's names, but we do need some details about why were these positions cut and how is that going to help our district moving forward. I've listened to my colleagues come in my room as being a union rep. I've listened to just colleagues, period, throughout the building. And the one thing that's been a reoccurring theme during this whole process has been the way we've approached it. People are not approached properly. I like to think that since I have personnel background, that I've learned a little bit about how you approach people who you are going to terminate their employment. And so there is a way of doing it. I think all of the parties need to be brought to the table so they know. Nobody should be walking into a building and admins in the building don't know that it's getting ready to happen. That should not happen. They should at least be made aware of ahead of time so that they can prepare or are prepared to deal with what's going to happen. And so not only did people lose their jobs this week, but we put admins in a position where they were not prepared for what came down the pike. They didn't seem to know what was going to happen. And you don't give them that time so that they're ready to receive those staff members that are hearing the news. This is by all means, we understand it's difficult and we're not blaming anybody, but we need to learn how to handle things a little bit differently. There are a lot of resources in this district, but I understand we're being very private because of the decisions that we have to make. We can be private about the decisions being made and we can continue to hurt people, or we can humble ourselves and say, we don't know how to do this. Is there anybody that can offer some suggestions that might make a difference so that we are actually providing the services that our staff needs if they have to look elsewhere? Thank you to Human Resources for letting other people know that we have staff members that might be looking for positions, but we've got to do things a little bit differently. Everybody's got to understand that you too are on the chopping block and it just didn't become your turn yet.
Kimberly King. I'm here to speak as a parent and a teacher and a resident. I'm going to apologize if some of the things I've said are things that you've heard before, but I think they bear repeating. Some of what I say comes because, or I say them because I'm speaking on behalf of people that aren't comfortable speaking. They feel like they can't speak because of their years in the district. Some of them are new. And so I feel like I'm using my voice to speak for people who feel like they can't speak. This is my 26th year in the district. I grew up here. I went to school here. And so, and I've got 4 kids that go to this school. One of them is at 6th grade camp. I have an 8th grader who's going to be a freshman at the high school next year, and a daughter who is taking her AP exams, and a sophomore who is working hard to stay healthy for outdoor track. So bear with me while I go through some things. I'm a little upset that we have programs that have been cut. We have 2 programs that are going to be impacting, I want to say 200 of our students, at the very least. It looks like 200 students are going to be losing courses. It looks like we're losing our wood shop. That teacher, his classes are full. And it looks like we're losing our TV studio. Again, his classes are full. These classes impact, if I'm understanding correctly, at the very least, 100 students each. So my concern is what's going to happen to these student schedules next year. If there's grant money or aid that can assist the reinstatement of these classes, why didn't we have somebody do the research so that we could keep these classes? We have a director of curriculum. We have central office administrators filling the position of assistant superintendent. We have a superintendent. We have a human resources director. We have an assistant superintendent. I don't understand why the research wasn't done prior to the budget being put forth to the county. I feel like we're building the plane as we're flying it, but we've known for several months where we were headed. So I feel like we should have done our due, or you should have done your due diligence before putting this budget together. Trustee Pringle, I understand your concern with flag football. It's gone from a club to a sport. So I don't know if taking into account where we're headed next year, how that is going to be impacted. But again, I don't know if tonight's budget presentation included all of the information about sports and our athletic programs. I feel like if you were going to talk about sports, you should have known a little bit more about what you were going to say about sports. And I feel like to have us wait until June 30th, it's just another couple of months where we're going to live in limbo. I don't know why we have to wait until June 30th to have those questions answered. My time is up, so thank you. And I just want to say, without Ms. Guzman, my son, that was one of the first educators that he threw his arms around and was able to have a very positive impact. That is one of Sebastian's favorite educators, and he's thriving.
Kimberly, he was at Parker too. We loved him. Just calling out names. Got to make it a little light in here, right? Okay. Oops, I'm doing this wrong. Okay. I wasn't going to speak, but so I'm going to come at this from a couple of different ways. Donna West, employee, minister, employee, minister, community worker, a couple of different hats. So as I read this, please know that there'll be different parts that are going to come up, okay? I want to start with saying that God will not help Hackensack until God heals Hackensack. Almost everyone in some way or another has taken advantage or benefited from their position here in this district. And now we're outraged. Bear with me, because I want to ask, where was the outrage before? From colleagues, from admins, from parents. Because now that we're trying to find ways to stop the bleeding, everybody's outraged. But I remember standing here, and there's a few of us that would always come, so much so that the previous board president called us, I think, troublemakers or something, and felt like we weren't speaking for everybody. I'm not against all of you. I just want to wonder, I'm just wondering where the outrage was before this. Because good people are losing their jobs. But like I said about healing Hackensack, that happens when we don't do things the right way. And we haven't for a long time. The previous administration was able to do so much of what they did because it's the Hackensack way. Turn a blind eye because we don't want people to sue us. Well, look where that's gotten us. More lawsuits than I can count and more coming, I'm sure. And these folks continue to work here, which boggles my mind. I will tell you, the late Lillian K. Whitaker would never hire a person, she said, if she didn't feel he or she was the right fit. She said she would rather wait and use a sub until she found just who she was looking for. May she rest in peace. So going forward, number one, let's all together stop passing blame, because what's done is done, no matter how painful it is. And let's show our young people how we rebuild after disaster. Community meetings would be great so we can share ideas. I heard that a couple of times tonight. Number three, let the decisions being made make sense for the betterment of the district, and not because we feel a certain way about someone or some people. This is not the time for nepotism that doesn't equate to good workers. And lastly, we must vet better. We don't vet well at all in Hackensack. So many of us saw the writing on the wall with several of our former leaders. Some of it was even online, and yet we still hired them. Why? Because we're known to take what other districts discard. Sorry, it sounds harsh, but it's true. So let's put more time and effort into finding out who we're employing, especially in key positions around the district, even if it means waiting. We all deserve to do better going forward, and our children deserve the best. One more thing here. I saw this morning. Successful people accept responsibility for their mistakes and learn from their experiences, and most importantly, they never give up. No man or woman will succeed unless he or she is ready to face and overcome difficulties and prepared to assume responsibilities. Amen. Thanks.
My name is Laura Martin. I'm a teacher and a parent. First, I just want to stand in solidarity with all the related services people who have been told that they are no longer going to be with us next year. You do the Lord's work. You work miracles. I don't know how we're going to do it without you. I don't know how my child is going to do it without you. Whoever gets to snatch you up is going to be so lucky. I wish it was still us. I really, really do. But that's not why I'm up here tonight. I work at the middle school. We were told a few weeks ago that 43 members of our staff were RIFed. And that number is not inclusive of the related services people who were recently notified that they were eliminated. And it doesn't include the shift in status of our full-time parents. My building, as far as I know, had the single largest number of staffing cuts of any facility in this district. These cuts are people. And these people are those who interface with our kids on a daily basis. They're not in an office hiding anywhere. They are here and they are present and they are working for the benefit of our kids. And now in this budget presentation, you're noted that the district has decided to cut woodshop and TV studio, and those are popular electives. And you're talking about cutting field trips and sports in 6th grade camp. And we just got sports. We just got that. We were so proud of that. We've been begging for that for years, to give our kids an outlet, a physical outlet, to provide a feeder program for the high school, to fill a gap that our city hasn't been able to fill, so that when they came to the high school, the kids who couldn't afford rec programs and travel programs would have a basis, a foundation to build on when they got here in this building. And that brings me to my point. What do my kids, my middle school kids, my babies who look at me every day and ask me, Ms. Martin, what do we got on the horizon? What do they have to look forward to next year? What do they have to be excited about? I don't know what they have to be excited about. It's such a special and delicate and challenging time in their developmental lives, right? Middle schools are a tough age. We love them, but it is tough, right? And now the teachers that they're used to, the support personnel that they rely on, the activities they like, these are gone. So what are we doing? You talk about revealing a plan in June, and that's great. But I hope that when you unveil that plan, there is some special consideration for the middle school, some very serious consideration about the traumatic level of change we are inflicting upon these kids. I really would like to see not just my building principal and my building admin and us as teachers coming in to talk to the kids about what to expect next year, but the central office board even coming in and telling them what they can look forward to, because I really would like you to find something for them to look forward to. And please don't put it on my shoulders or the shoulders of my colleagues, because we are all going to be trying to figure it out next year. There is so much that we're going to have to adjust and adapt and make work. Don't say, well, we're going to make them do a program for them. No, please, can you guys do that for us? We can give you ideas and we can talk to the community and we can find things for them to do, but can you please come in with something good for them? Because my babies, they deserve it. My middle school kids deserve it. So please come in with some solutions so that we can give them something to look forward to next year. Thank you.
Good evening. I stand before you tonight as the proud president of the HEA, representing well over 100 members whose lives are being forever changed through no fault of their own. Over the past several months, I've spent almost every free moment in my day, including my work day, listening to my colleagues during their hour of need, and in many cases, the worst moment of their lives. And when people's lives are upended, I don't look at the clock. I have endless 3-minute intervals for my members to speak their truth, to share their fears, and to grieve their careers. And when I took on this role, that's what I signed up for. I signed up to hear their voices, even when the weight of that voice is heavy, and even when I am very tired. We understand the budgetary reality, but a spreadsheet cannot quantify the human impact of these decisions. Let's be clear about who is bearing the weight of this budgetary crisis. 20% of our teaching staff is slated for a RIF, but that accounts for 69% of the total RIFs. When you add in our secretaries, 78% of the staff being cut are HEA members. I want to be very clear about who these people are. These are some of the finest educators and people that I've ever had the privilege of knowing. They are the heart of our buildings, and while these are extraordinary times, this stings specifically because our members have become accustomed to having their lives upended by this district through no fault of their own. For too long, we have felt like we are in the back seat of this moving car, watching the landscape of our careers change while other people hold the wheel. The atmosphere in our buildings has already shifted. You can feel the weight of this loss in the offices and the anxiety in our classrooms today. It is untenable and it is not sustainable. It cannot be up to the remaining staff to carry the burden of rebuilding this district alone while they are grieving the loss of their friends and partners that they have shared a classroom with and building with for years. What makes this especially painful is that our members are constantly nickeled and dimed over every timesheet and every graduate credit approval. Yet over the last 5 years, we were told there was no money or limited money for things like substitutes and trips and PD. And we didn't walk away. We were creative. We volunteered, even though I told them not to. We sought donations and we created magic out of thin air because that is what we do. We cannot talk about rebuilding this district without acknowledging that we need to rebuild trust. The scars are deep. As Donna referenced, we remember being declared the problem with this district in this very room while a suspended superintendent stood and applauded. Those memories are long-lasting. Regardless of fault, every cut cuts. You cannot take for granted that our parents will donate, that our staff will go above and beyond, and that our students will simply stay resilient unless you bring them into the process. So when you are planning for teachers, ask yourselves, are teachers at the table 78% of the time? If we are 78% of the loss, we must be 100% of the conversation, because respectfully, instruction is our expertise. Do not simply impose a plan upon us. And I want to say one last thing. There's a lot of talk about this is the end of the Hackensack public school system. This is it. And I will say, as a student here, I'm used to that. I'm used to people counting out Hackensack, and people always have a lot of things to say about Hackensack. Never count Hackensack out. But what I will also say is that in these times, while we are resilient, we must bring people together to be a part of a shared solution. Otherwise, all those things people have said about Hackensack for years may become true. Thank you.
Anyone else in person that would like to speak? Okay, seeing that there are none, in person is closed. We're going to move to online.
Hello, Anthony Ziza. I'm a parent of a Parker School student. I'm also the first vice president of the HEA. I called in tonight because, last week we heard the plan's coming. The plan is coming in June, and then tonight we've heard that again, that we'll know in June. One of the frustrations of hearing that is, the public was informed of of the deficit, maybe not the full extent, but of the significance of it at the turn of the year, in January. The idea that these cuts are being made without a plan, without knowing what things are going to look like in September, and saying, well, we'll figure that out in June. Well, allow me to spoil the reveal. Like everything, and as Mr. Gaines has alluded to, the burden is going to fall on the staff, on the people most directly affected, the people who, in the largest proportions of those numbers, have sustained the greatest loss. Is going to fall on the children who are going to, as we've heard tonight, lose so many programs, both academic, curricular, and extracurricular. And so let us not be confused about what next year is going to look like. All of the burdens are going to fall on the people who have the least power here. And I am very frustrated as a parent, too, by the absolute lack of opacity that we've seen in a lot of these decisions. The idea that my colleagues are informed that they're losing their jobs with no real idea that it was happening. In fact, many of them had been explicitly told that they were being renewed. There's an element here that feels, and I'm sorry to say this because I do not believe it is intentional, but which feels cruel. And I think that that needs to be remembered. As has been said so many times, the human element, I feel, sometimes is being lost here. People can't live the way that we've been living, and until this trust is rebuilt, until everybody's brought back into the conversation and listened to, this is going to continue. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Albania Martinez Bojos.
former PTA president, Hackensack resident, and taxpayer. Are you guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Bria, sure. What is happening to the special education department in this district is devastating. And for many families, this has been a heartbreaking week. There's nothing more painful than watching the people who have truly helped your child, the people who worked with them every single day through their struggles, challenges, and victories, being pushed out of this district. My son was a beneficiary of those services until I decided to pull him out of school and enroll him in a charter school where he's thriving and receiving all the services he needs. Even though many people advised me not to do it because, and I quote, charter schools are not good for students with IEPs. I went ahead with it, and I'm very happy to say he's doing excellent. The occupational therapists, speech therapists, behaviorists, and other team members and support staff are the backbone of special education. These are the people who do the real work. These are the people who build relationships with our children, calm their fears, teach them life skills, help them communicate, help them regulate their behavior, and make progress that many people will never fully understand. Some of these professionals have dedicated 20 to 25 years of their lives to this district, and this is how they are repaid. Meanwhile, the district continues protecting high-paid administrative positions with inflated salaries and titles while dismantling the very team they are supposed to oversee. So my question tonight is simple. If there is effectively no special education department left to supervise, what exactly would the director of special services and his assistant be doing? Why are the people furthest from the children being protected while the people closest to the children are being sacrificed? You speak about equity. You speak about priorities, but equity starts with protecting the students who need the most support and protecting the professionals who directly serve them. If this district truly wanted to address waste, it would start by examining the excessive administrative salaries and benefits that cost taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, not by eliminating the people who actually change children's lives every single day. How will these administrators now justify their positions when the therapists, specialists, and support staff they supervise are gone? How does this decision improve services for children with disabilities? How does this help families? And most importantly, who is going to answer when our children suffer because the people they trusted and depended on are no longer here? Because from where many of us are standing, this does not look like responsible leadership. It looks like the dismantling of special education at the expense of the most vulnerable students in this district. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Hi, Sue Avalone, Clinton Place. I think everybody knows me by now. Okay, so I'm kind of going in a different direction, following up on what Trustee Jones had to say and also what Superintendent Parchman said. I'm just wondering, in terms of all the newly created positions that were established in the last 2 years that were not listed on the PCR, if they have in fact now been eliminated, because it seemed to be rather nebulous as to whether we needed them before, given the fact that our student population was dropping, but our staff numbers were rising. Also, following up on what Superintendent Parchman said in terms of the ECDC, possibly closing that because of the cost. I recently came across the fact that in 2024, the Hackensack Board of Education went into a contractual situation with Bright Adventures, housing our 3- and 4-year-old pre-K, because we didn't have the space and therefore we were unable to collect the state aid that Governor Murphy had put aside, particularly for full-time pre-K. So I'm wondering if you can if you're thinking of moving out of ECDC, would there also be additional space in some of the schools to provide this full-time pre-K so that Hackensack can take advantage directly of the aid money that has been established at the state level? I also hope that when you say you're going to answer the questions at the end, I hope you mean before you go to executive session, because again, Ms. Bellapuntra, I understand, even though retired, I'm still up at 6 o'clock in the morning to take a grandson to TLE. So if we could get that done sooner rather than later, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Cruz. I'm a Nellie K. Parker, the PTA president of Nellie K. Parker, as well as the parent of a child with an IEP. Tonight, I want to talk about some facts because I know that there is some misunderstandings of what's going on, and I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. So, fact, last week, many of the related service providers received renewal letters from Central renewing their employment in that next school year. Fact, yesterday, the entire district related service was reduced and will not be eliminated but outsourced to South Bergen Jointure Commission. Fact, these transitions will result in a loss of continuity, replacing Prada level providers with Sheen alternatives to check off a box. They won't be my son's SLP, Miss Caligari, and Miss Susie, his OT, who spent hours of their personal time not only raising money last week and the prior weeks for Nellie K. Parker's first ever Autism Acceptance Walk so that they could showcase and support the autistic students of the district, but also have poured their heart into my son. These individuals are responsible for helping my son find his voice and be able to regulate himself in situations that gen ed parents take for granted. Fact, last Thursday, I had my son's annual IEP meeting where I had to prioritize my son's safety by choosing to put him into an LLD class next year because despite his success this year in an inclusive setting, crowds and loud noises are his triggers for elopement, and Parker has walls and with the has no walls, and with the increased class sizes will increase to 30 plus. I need to choose to protect his safety over his appropriate placement where he flourished this year in a class of 21 kids. Fact, when talking about hope, we're talking about bringing back field trips and programs and coaches, which are amazing things. However, special education has been affected by full-time paras being eliminated, related services being outsourced, and the effects of increased class sizes. And our most vulnerable learners are already starting out with less in life and bringing in the most federal funding, yet are only considered when trying to avoid being sued and breaking the law. Fact, the related service providers were told that receiving renewal letters was a glitch or an error and that people didn't know. But at the August 22nd board meeting, we approved joining South Bergen Jointure, and we were accepted into the jointure at their board meeting on April 28th. At a previous board meeting, Trustee Elston Balpucha talked about being aware of how the medicine goes down, but the sequence of events and how we are treating others, and Miss Elston Balpucha, I'm not blaming you, I'm just quoting you. But the sequence of events and how these are treating the people who poured their hearts into our children tastes like poison. I ask that we do everything in our power to help these amazing professionals secure employment and at least have the option, give them the option to choose to be absorbed by the jointure. And hopefully they will still want to consider serving our community and the children they love so that we can still have these amazing professionals in some capacity. Fact. One of the few things Dr. McBride did right, please bring back the special ed task force so that when changes are negatively impacting our IEP and 504 babies, we can work together to give them free and appropriate public education they deserve and hopefully bring back our in-house providers when we are more stable. In fact, maybe, just maybe, with Mr. Jones said, bringing Central back to State Street will help us to keep perspective as we rebuild. Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Terzano. I work at Hackensack High School. I'm also the executive committee of the HEA and a proud graduate class in 1993. I don't even really know where to start with a lot of the things that I was listening tonight. I think what resonates quite a bit is the incredible loss that we end up facing since the last few months. We've been watching some of our colleagues get cut. Our membership has been hit percentage-wise the highest that's been covered. But I'm thinking about also the programs that end up being cut. The therapists are solid people, do good work, do the heavy lifting that the general education teachers don't do. But then the general education teachers are a bit cut too, and they do a lot of the heavy lifting and end up being the face that the administration generally can't be or chooses not to be. It's frustrating. And then the administration ends up having to bear a brave face walking into a meeting while they end up issuing cut after cut after cut, because some people end up being behind closed doors, making decisions that that don't seem to be delivered, or the results of those decisions don't seem to be delivered in a proper way. You know, we've been asking for timelines, and we end up saying, just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. We've been asking for versions of transparency and accountability, and we don't see that kind of accountability other than in conversations about benefits and the reduction in payroll and increasing taxes in the community. In the conversations about institutional memory, you know, you have to kind of take into account the 100 or so people that end up, or more than 100 people who end up having their employment situation adjusted, changed, terminated, rift. You're losing thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of experience in the classroom that isn't something that you can simply rebuild or get back. Thousands of years. And then if you end up thinking about, you know, honoring the traditions of the district, I mean, you end up going back to a name like Charlie Tuppence as an example. You can end up going back to Ackerman as an example. Those people end up holding positions as teachers in the wood shop before our current rostered employees end up receiving the terrible news. You can end up going back to the George Leosis and the Rich Rouse, you know, who ended up holding down those positions in the TV studios at the middle school and at the high school for years and years and years before our current employees end up, you know, receiving the terrible news of a change in their position. It's devastating. And when you end up thinking about what's happening to students, particularly the young people, they internalize this messaging as though they don't deserve it. Like, it takes very little time for a student to take a look at what their opportunities are and realize doors have been closed on them for the foreseeable future. If a high school student, as a freshman, as an example, this is the last point, I understand the rules here. The freshman is, you know, as an example, is finishing their freshman year and looking for an opportunity to be working with their hands or in a TV studio working about like media and film, and they don't have those opportunities for 3 years, they will have completely lost that opportunity. They'll have to kind of pick up and be competitive against schools, against other students who already have that opportunity in their back pockets. Again, the building part of this is really, really difficult. We talked before, I spoke before about the body becoming whole, and I still haven't heard a convincing word out of anybody's mouth about when that actually will be. Dismayed and frustrated as just about everybody is, and incredibly saddened that it's come to this state. Yeah, you guys have to do better. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
good evening. Good evening. My name is Susie Adamanelli, and I'm an occupational therapist at Nellie K. Parker, the greatest school in the world. While I understand the district is facing a budget deficit and difficult decisions must be made, I was deeply saddened that after receiving my reinstatement letter on Friday, that I was informed just yesterday that all related service providers would be let go and replaced through contracted services. While I certainly have personal concerns regarding the loss of benefits and, of course, my job, my greatest concern is for our students and the quality and consistency of services they receive. Having previously worked as a contracted related service provider in several districts, I have firsthand experience with the limitations that often come with contracted services. District employed therapists contribute far beyond direct therapy sessions. We are present at parent-teacher conferences, back-to-school nights, staff meetings, continuing education programs, school events such as field day, morning duties, And most importantly, we maintain regular collaboration with staff, consistent participation in IEP meetings, and we are present daily within the schools. These are all events and services that contractors are not going to be involved in or invested in. The board stated that these staffing changes would not take effect until the start of the next school year, and that students would continue receiving services through the end of this academic year. However, I would like clarification regarding how services will be continued, how service continuity will be maintained in the coming weeks. I'm currently 19 weeks pregnant, and out of fear that disclosing my pregnancy would negatively impact my employment status, I had not yet informed the district. Over the course of several years, I have accumulated 21 unused days with the intention of using some of them during my maternity leave in the 26-27 school year. Given recent staffing decisions, I now understand that if I do not use those days before the end of this school year, I will lose them. As a result, I intend to use the time that I'm legally entitled to. So my question is this: if related service providers in similar situations begin utilizing their accrued leave before the end of the school year, who will be responsible for providing compensatory services to the students who will miss sessions during that time? Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Good evening. Danielle Jackson, Hackensack resident, parent, and ECDC teacher and building leader. Earlier, it was mentioned that there is potential for ECDC to be dissolved, potentially moving staff and students back into the elementary school buildings. I'm just curious when these decisions will be finalized and when staff will be notified and or become a part of the conversation. There's a lot of rumors going around. It's really difficult to come into work every single day as the building leader and field questions and concerns and not have legitimate answers to give to folks who are in desperate need of them. So if we could get some answers on what's going to happen to ECDC, we are a family. We're losing some great people. It's very sad. I love Mary. I love all of the OTs, PTs, speech therapists that I've had a chance to work with, and we're desperately going to miss them all. So yes, please consider ECDC. We are kind of an island left to ourselves. We deserve respect and care and your consideration in this very difficult time. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Heather Corey. I am a former parent and resident of Hackensack. I'm not quite sure who said it, but I'd like to address the trustee who asked all of us to not repeat things that people are saying and, doesn't want to be there till 3:15 in the morning and all of that. Well, I definitely respect that because nobody wants to be up until 3:15 in the morning. You ran for this position. You asked the residents of Hackensack to vote for you to do this position. So this is your job right now. And to ask all of these teachers and OTs and speech therapists and everyone who just found out yesterday that they've lost their jobs to not express how they're feeling, I find it's very rude and disrespectful to the residents and to all of the people of Hackensack. So can we please be a little bit more considerate of the teachers and everyone and the parents and the kids who are losing their jobs and let them speak their piece for a position that you asked and for a job that you asked to do. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm fairly new to Hackensack, and I've been disappointed since day one, especially with I have two kids who have IEPs, one in the high school and one at Fannie Hillers. My experience with Hackensack has been a hot mess since day one, and their accommodations has always been a struggle since I became a resident here. So unfortunately I had to move here due to health reasons for one of my children, and we needed to be near the hospital. But as far as I see, Hackensack from the top to the even the smallest position is extremely unorganized. And then to hear some board members trying to rush the public into not wanting to be here all night it's really disappointing, because coming from Hudson County, where I grew up, it's an urbanized zone, so we don't really have a lot of much money, but the experiences that we actually have experiences. My daughter recently joined softball, and unfortunately, the kids don't even have socks. They don't even have belts to match their uniforms. The field is very unkept. Like, I don't understand. There's no accountability for all the money that's missing. I don't hear no remorse, no, hey, this is where we felt short at. This is where the money went. This is where it's missing. It's just like everyone's just trying to cover everything up. But who's taking accountability? Where's the money that's missing? Where did it go? Where are these false positions? Who's taking responsibility for everything going south? Like, it's just there's no accountability. Everyone's just, oh, taking this position. No, I'm gonna do this position now. Interim positions. Like, we need a fix. We need to know what the problem is. We don't need anyone masking what the issues have been. We don't need to hear it on social media or on Facebook. We don't need to hear rumors. We want to hear it from the source. We need to come up with solutions, valid solutions, an actual plan that's gonna work, because our kids are suffering. I had to tell my daughter that her paraprofessional, the only one who's actually put effort into her teaching and she's been learning, that she won't be here next year. And because of that, they offered for her to switch to Parker School, which luckily she has that ability to be switched over there. But at the same time, I'm also concerned as a parent, because what if more things fall short? And what if this budget is agreed upon, but then more things start happening? It's like we need a clear cut plan of what's going to happen. Everything from resources, even Bergen's Promise, is like you get sources from them, but then all of a sudden the therapist is not there no more. Or it's like we need to come up with a solution. Everything is all confusing. We don't have anything clear, and it's unfortunately everyone's suffering because of this.
Ma'am, can we have your name, please?
My name's Angela.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name's Chris Azar. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Well, a lot of people have already touched on a lot of the subjects, and while I agree with many of you, I agree that while we don't want to place blame, we do need to have accountability. So it's we can't have this administration pointing at the last one and blaming them for the problems, and we can't have now that the cuts are happening, which I'll get to. We can't have that as an excuse now for the remaining staff to say, oh, everything's too hard now, and use it as an excuse basically to lower the standard of education. The number one priority of the Board of Education is to serve the children. I understand that there's many people losing their jobs, and it's sad that the most important people are losing their jobs, the people who actually deal with the children every single day. Okay, the people who have invested interest in this community. And we're talking about bringing in contracted hires who basically, we don't know who they're from, if they're going to be here regularly, if they're going to create relationships with our children. I'm a parent and a fourth generation resident. I'm a parent, I'm a student in the school, and a fourth generation resident of Hackensack. I've gone through Hackensack schools. Okay, and I've watched it deteriorate over the decades. Okay, I'm hearing things about how, you guys don't want to spend the time. We're not getting any details about the criteria used on why our instructors being cut and we have a large the people who are doing the cuts apparently have job security. But what criteria is being measured? What qualifications do the people have? When you can't even give us a plan, okay, we can't even get accurate numbers and percentages about the numbers you're presenting tonight, okay, like it was put together this morning. It's a fucking shame. Pardon my French. That's all I have to say.
Hi, I'm Erin Messia, and I want to speak, I guess, as a taxpayer. I want to know if the district will advocate for and negotiate freezes on tuition and services with the administrations and the agencies and districts and schools we pay out to. As demand goes up and the rising costs of everything dictate what will inevitably be higher costs for tuition and services, will these tuitions and fees keep going up, and will we keep paying? Will the county and state support Hackensack Public Schools in our contracts with commissions and jointures and special services districts and put the same demands on these sending districts that they are putting on you all right now? Are we going to be demanding the same accountability expected of us from the jointures, districts, and charters who cash our checks? I'll pause for maybe sighs, eye rolls, and laughter, because I think for those of you who understand the politics at play here, we kind of know the answer to this. But we need to ensure that the state funds its mandate to us for extraordinary aid. And this is what you must do as an administration and board, and what we all as a community want to see and assist with through transparency and information. We need to hold these partners who we write these big fat checks to accountable to the taxpayers of Hackensack. And this matters more now than ever that you take this on as an administration and board, because these dollars are now going out of the Hackensack community. And as I say this, I'm thinking about so many of the stories we've heard over these past several months, the social worker and alum from Railroad Avenue. I'm thinking of Myrna Gottrell and the rowing team. I'm thinking of Miss Service. And of course, I'm thinking of all of our students with love and hope in my heart and heartbreak. But please, we need to hold these partners accountable. The same accountability that you are facing right now as board and administrators, staying up till 3 a.m, doing these hard things. It shouldn't just be you all feeling this hurt. Thank you to all.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Hi. My name's Brianna Fisher. My kids are 3 and 5. They're both on the spectrum. They are about to, well, my oldest is about to get evaluated by Hackensack School District to see what, where he'll be next year starting school. So all this is very new to me. But I just want you to know that it's really sad what's going on, and it's scary for any parent to put their kids in school with the way this world is. But my kid can't talk. Well, he talks, but he can't tell me if something's happened or whatever the case may be. So putting him in a school district with all this going on is really unsettling. It honestly makes me not even want to get him evaluated by you guys, because I don't even know who will be qualified to make the decisions that need to be made for his future. And as you know, physical therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, ABA, all of that stuff is so detrimental to these special education needs kids. And what you guys are doing is just really upsetting. I understand that sports is absolutely important for kids, for college, for just to get, start friendships, and it's very important. But my babies weren't born with all the things that most kids have, just something that you take for granted just by, going to the bathroom. My 5-year-old still can't go to the bathroom by himself. And it's really, really scary. So I really hope that you reconsider all these wonderful people that have been helping all these other generations of kids I've been told before any of this has happened how good Hackensack is for special ed, and it's all down the drain. And I really, really hope that you guys could get this fixed before my son starts school in September, because I'm in tears hearing these poor parents and these poor teachers going through all this. And I'm really sorry. And I just hope that there's something that could be fixed for my son before September, or else I need to figure out what else I could do and take him somewhere else that's more qualified. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, good evening. My name is Michelle Tavares. I am a longstanding resident of Hackensack, your PTSA president for the high school, long-term PTA president throughout every school in my kids' careers, and I oversee the PTA for the entire district as the President's Council president. And first and foremost, before I address why I raised my hand, I just want to say to the gentleman who was just on before, our education system has not declined over the past many years. Let's be very clear about that. Our kids have had phenomenal educations from phenomenal educators. So to hear anyone ever say decline over the past many, many years, that is a false statement. And let people who are new to this district know that and know that it is not true. Now, I want to address why I'm here. I wasn't going to speak this evening because I've already said what I needed to say. My opinion on many of these issues is already clearly known for many people. However, tonight I want to address the board directly, not just for myself, but on behalf of educators, parents, and this entire community. I do want to acknowledge that I understand how hard many of you have been working. I understand the long nights, the difficult conversations, the pressure, and the amount of time that goes into these decisions. That effort is seen and it is appreciated. But as I stand here and say this, I appreciate your time and commitment. Asking this community to be mindful of your time sends a message that you are not appreciative of ours. It sends the message that the voices of parents, educators, and community members are somehow an inconvenience. To ask us to limit our voices because of your late nights, or to ask us to be considerate of your time while there has been little to no consideration shown for our extraordinary educators, is deeply disappointing. During Teacher Appreciation Week, no less, to hear the phrase, I don't want to be disrespectful, but that matters. Words matter. You choose to run for the board. You choose to become an elected official and take the responsibilities that become with these positions. These educators did not choose to lose their jobs. They did not choose this uncertainty, this heartbreak, or this disruption of their lives and classrooms. So to ask the community to be considerate of your time while our teachers are facing life-changing consequences feels incredibly out of touch. And I want it to be on record that while I understand the direction and intent behind your statement, I stand firmly with our educators, our parents, and everyone in this community who feels unheard. To every single one of them, I say this clearly. Please speak your mind. Use your voice. Advocate for what you believe is right. And I'm sorry I could not be there in person tonight, but to all of our educators, you have my support always. Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christian Tenepaway. I'm a parent of two students at Jackson Avenue School. And we're here once again. Once again, we're here. I've been to several meetings now. And we are, even though the board always, every meeting has claimed it will give us transparency, we do not get that. Instead, we are finding out decisions like cutting paras, like cutting special needs teachers and all the necessary people to help our kids being cut through social media, and even students themselves, whom they don't even understand what's going on. A lot of them, like especially in the elementary level, they don't understand what's going on, and there's no consideration from the board. And it's crazy how you are like in this. I know there's a crisis going on. There's a budget crisis. a lot of us parents get it, but we can't tolerate that you are targeting first the most vulnerable of all, which are the special needs. I got a kid with IEP, and this is concerning. I wish I could get up and leave. I wish I could send my child to private school, but I can't because they don't offer what public schools are supposed to offer. And every time we come here, whether we go to the meeting in person or we talk through online, all we get is a lousy "I'm sorry" and it's gonna take some time. Yet we just later on, weeks pass and we find out that you guys have made decisions behind closed doors that affect our kids without even addressing this in meetings. So there is no transparency. There is nothing, and the ones who get affected is the workers, which are paras, and the teachers, whom they rely on these jobs. This is how they make a living. And then our kids, there's no consideration in our kids who are counting on the system. The system is letting us down right now, and there's nobody to be held accountable. And people don't even go to the meetings no more because every time we go, we just get a lousy "sorry" and we're gonna address it next time. And that next time never comes, and we are tired of hearing that lousy "sorry." So hopefully, there's gonna be more transparency going on from now on, and hopefully you guys make the right decision and think about our students. Actually, do your job, which is think about our students first. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Hold on. My name is Aisha Drakeford. I'm a taxpayer and a paraprofessional in the district with 16 years of dedicated service, empowering students in special education. It is with profound dismay that I address the recent treatment of myself and 56 fellow paraprofessionals and support staff, particularly the announcement of our positions being cut due to budget constraints. The recent meeting in the auditorium offered no clear answers regarding our future or recognition to our steadfast dedication to this district. It is unacceptable to dismiss our roles without providing any substantial support or concrete plans beyond a vague promise of potential part-time rehire in September. There is no guarantee provided for this rehire, and the insensitivity of correlating these cuts with the potential loss of sports programs overlooks the significant personal impact these decisions have on our lives and livelihoods. My colleagues and I are deeply concerned. Our ages, years of service to the district, and the profound connections we share with our valued students exuberate our worries during this uncertain time. We urge you to reconsider the human cost of these budget decisions and provide clearer, more supportive solutions.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, Anna Garcia. I have a question, and please, I would like an answer. Did the state grant Hackensack permission to circumvent certain state laws temporarily? And the reason why I asked that question is, if that is the case, I do not understand why why charter schools are still on the table. One would think that to save all that money that's being sent to charter schools, these students would have to come back to district, and we can use our own money in our own city, in our own public school systems. Not once did anyone say anything about students being redistricted and coming back to their home schools. That should be what we should be focusing on. And maybe if we did that, and if I saw the agenda correctly, I'm thinking it was like $8 million or something to that. That could really help the budget, the current budget in Hackensack. And the other thing is, if we are allowing students to go to charter school, what's going to stop parents from now wanting to send their kids to charter schools because these schools are intact while we're falling apart here? Please answer my questions.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Azar. I'm a mother of a kindergarten student at Fannie Meyer Hillers. I wanted to ask the board what studies of the long-term effect of the students were taken into account when these cuts were made. How, in good faith, can we abide by what you guys are pushing down on us when we have not had a conversation? Well, I'm sorry. The principal has not been allowed by central office to talk to the parents at the school level about the impact and what it will have and what it will look like. That's question one. I also want to ask, what are we building in Hackensack other than apartments? If our children, it's almost like we need to stop talking to ourselves and talk to other school districts, because I want to tell you, in Tenafly, sports is not an option. It's important that we are building the foundation for what these children are going to be as adults. Children are not a different species. They're just smaller adults. This is where we have the time and the energy to pour into them so that we can get a result out of them. I want to push back on anyone who thinks that a field trip is just a day off from school. This is what opens you up to what is outside of the four walls. It seems to me like, I wanted to say that we're building prisons, but even in prison, there's other electives or things to help stimulate the brain. What is the impact of taking these things away? How can our kids then compete with kids from other towns? It's shameful and a disgrace. I had a lot of faith in putting my child into the public school system. But every single one of my concerns has been proven correct. I want to know where I get my refund. I want to know how I get my kid into a private school so that she can compete with AI and everything else. You need imagination. You need to be poured into. You need electives in order to do that. There are some kids that are coming to school who can't wait to get their hand on video equipment. Creativity matters. What are you building here? Real question. Thank you.
Hello. I am a representative for Nellie K. Parker School. My name is Victor. I am 9 years old, and it makes me very disappointed that we have to lay off these teachers. It's sad. I have a para. Her name is Miss Chris. She has built my world for 2 years. She is the best. It makes me very sad that people are getting laid off. I don't know how many people, but a lot of people might get laid off from this. These budget cuts, I play sports. These budget cuts are not very good. I feel like there are a lot of alternate ways that we can fundraise. Like, do you want the city to fundraise? Because we're here for you. But we're not here for special people to get laid off. For kids who have special needs. Some people need paras. Some people need these things. So it makes me very, very disappointed that these people are just getting laid off. And then these people just get laid off and sent to different schools. And then they decide to just put a temporary contract. People matter. Kids matter. We are the future. Everything that you do is shaping us. Every action is shaping us. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Yes. My name is Noreen Bhatti, and I'm a para in ECDC. I would like to listen all the people on the websites listening, or the board members especially, and my co-workers, my colleagues, everyone, the whole Hackensack. I worked 16 years as an ABA para. I did not leave the district when the COVID hit us. It was a storm for everybody, right? But now I feel like this storm is just for the chosen one. Just the people that are being chosen. We paras, we work directly to the students. We change their diapers. We put the straws in their milk cans. We open their lunch bags. We are directly working 6-7 hours with them. And they are our own family. I consider them my family. And when I was given the notice that I am becoming a part-time para, I asked them, if you consider us a family, you didn't do this right with us. 16 years is a long time. And now I'm on a path to become a teacher. And you know, my whole morale is going down. Well, I just 2 semesters left and I will be a teacher. My administrators, my co-workers, my colleagues, my teachers, they said, Noreen, you have so much potential. Why don't you go back and get your degree? And I took a step in the age of 53. And this is what I get I will be graduating with my daughter. And when I tell my daughter that, you know, I'm a part-time again, they say, Mama, why did you choose this teaching profession? I said, this is my life. All my life, I did just teaching. Back home, I was 8 years. I was working as a teacher, working here 16 years Hackensack as a paraprofessional, especially in an ABA. Please, from the offices, come to the ABA classroom. You will see how we work hard with these kids. And we have built a bond with them. These are our kids and we have so much, you know, love for them. But all of a sudden we are becoming nothing. We are at the ocean. We are the bottom level. We are just the whale poop. Like, we are considered nothing. We spend our time with these kids, and these special ed services, all the cuts that you made, they need that. Please consider it again. I request you. All the benefit that has been taken from our paras, they're from 16, 24 years, my colleagues. Please consider to bring them back to full time. We are giving you 100%. I want somebody, please visit the ECDC. That 3 years old, please visit them. You will see, and you will see what we do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tracy Pantaseca. I'm a lifelong resident, a Hackensack alumni, a teacher, an HEA rep, a PTA president at Fairmount School, a taxpayer. I just have a few things to say. First of all, Victor, amazing job. Every teacher at Parker School is so, so proud of you. All the paras, all the support staff, everybody's listening, and we are so, so proud of you. You are the future, and we are shaping your future. So thank you for sharing your perspective. If we could please get an answer, I know a lot of people spoke on the letter that was sent to ECDC and Fairmount staff last week, confirming their employment for the 2006-2007 school year. And then it was replied to them that it was a mistake. On Friday, they received their second approval letter for the 2026-27 school year. And then Tuesday, they were notified that they were all being RIFed. All of our special ed support services, related services. If you've never seen what these people do, they are in the trenches, they are on the ground, they are with the kids, same as our full-time paras. These are the people that I don't know how our school, with the level of special ed students that we have at Nellie K. Parker School, how we're going to survive come September. There are so many of our paras that feel devalued because they were demoted to part-time. They're not staying around to be taken advantage of. They're going to find an employer that's going to value what they can offer. Their training, their skill, their empathy, their devotion. On to the next thing. I really don't know how September is going to work. I'm seeing it from the PTA perspective, from the parent perspective, from the teacher perspective. I'm proposing, hopefully, maybe, since we've been reduced at the elementary school by one admin, if a central office admin can come and spend the first marking period in each elementary building to provide support to the office staff, which in each building has been cut in half. We've gone from 2 admin and 2 secretaries to 1 admin and 1 secretary. Secondly, if we can get an answer on ECDC, rumors keep floating. Everybody knows about stuff before it's announced at the board meeting. So the transparency is not coming from the board, but it's coming from the community. And it would be much better if we hear from the board first. June is way too late for a plan. Most teachers have boxes and boxes of stuff that's going to have to get moved. And considering that we've cut custodians and that extended school year is going to be in Parker, summer's not going to be enough time. If there are extra rooms in the elementary schools, and if, as far as I'm considering, there's going to be several extra classrooms in the high school, can those rooms be used in lieu of the ECDC rooms? Compensatory services for special ed IEPs in order for them to be in compliance with all of our related service providers, we are all encouraging them to take the time that they are owed. They weren't given much time to make decisions and plans. So if the board can please provide a plan for the compensatory services for our students in need. Secretaries in central office are non-union secretaries. Is there a reason that our union secretaries were not given the opportunity to take on those confidential secretary positions? Our tenured secretaries that were RIFed? If our per pupil rate is going down, is the amount that we're sending per pupil to the charter school also going to go down? Also, middle school is scary as it is. I've had faith in the middle school up until this point, but our district is not putting the middle school in a place for success. I know everybody there is going to do their absolute best, but I think it might be prudent for the district to survey parents of who plans on returning in September and who doesn't, because that might change how you plan for September's enrollment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Davis. I have a son in Fairmount Elementary School. His teacher has now left for now he's in second grade. So he's gone through 3 teachers in kindergarten, 2 teachers in first grade, and now one of his favorite teachers is leaving due to pregnancy, but now not coming back because of the issues in Hackensack. It's devastating to me that my son has had to suffer all these different teachers. I love this community. I love the teachers. I love the staff. I love the PTAs. They're all amazing and they put so much work into everything. Why is it so disorganized in this town? From the rec to the Board of Education, why are these schools getting letters saying that they're going to be reinstated in September and then getting other letters saying that they're not? They're losing their jobs. You got to be kidding me. Excuse my language, but get your shit together. That's all I got to say.
Watch your language. The First Amendment's live and well, but we can't have abusive language. I'm sorry.
Hello, this is Pedro Del Vecchio, a teacher at Fairmount, parent of graduates and an alumni myself. And I'm here again because, again, we have heartbreaking news that we've lost our occupational therapists, speech therapists, behavioral therapists, physical therapists. And we've heard a lot about special needs students, and we know that they are essential to those children thriving. But I want to add to what a prior speaker said. They support all of our kids through us, the other teachers. We go to them with all kinds of questions. We lean on them for strategies and support. Children who don't have IEPs, children who have a awkward pencil grip, children who are having trouble with the stairs, children who are having trouble with their articulation, with behaviors for sure. We all lean on them. They are for everyone. Outsourced providers are not going to be there for us like that. They will bill for those hours. That's just the way it works. It's maybe not for profit, it's a public school, but it's not the same as being a part of our community and there for all of our kids. So really, before that happened, I was hoping to just come on here and remind you of what I said the last time, and I will say it as many times as I need to. Everything that has been cut is essential. The paras, the secretaries, the custodians, the assistant principals, the guidance counselors, and of course, the teachers, and now our support staff. So I'm reminding you today what you agreed to at the last meeting, and I'll remind you as many times for as many years as is necessary that all of these things have to be brought back when the crisis is over. They're not disposable. I don't want to hear that, well, we are saving money with this outsourcing situation, or we're saving money with part-time paras. Like, we need a promise. We need to know that if and when we get through this crisis, and I believe we can, that these things will be restored. I'd ask you for your promise. Thank you. Good night.
Before we go to our next caller. Thank you. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, please? Motion by Trustee Jones, second by Vice President Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. Let's go back to our public comments.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to first say I know that this is, I've said it before, my name is Carmen Bryn Morton, proud parent of Nellie K. Parker student. I've said it before, I don't ever want to be on the other side of the table that you guys are. I know that the decisions that you make, you do not make them lightly. And as the person said before, I do hope that when the time comes to bring these positions back, that you do. My question is more towards when we do move towards moving towards a provider, if there's a way of having them possibly pick up some of the positions that we've dropped, some of the physical therapists, speech pathologists, and occupational therapists. If I know that at the beginning in the presentation, the HR said that, you know, working towards helping them find permanent positions, but if we could maybe get them positions working for that provider company, so then maybe they could prioritize putting them back into Hackensack. That way, I mean, it's not, you know, having them back in our family and having them there as a part of the staff. As you know, our teachers have been saying, you know, they do way more than just provide services when they work for the district, but at least then they can still be there for the kids and still pick up where they left off in terms of working with them, for those of them who, you know, choose to, because it's for our community and it's for our kids and it's the right thing to do. And I mean, for those therapists who would want to work for whatever provider company it is that we're working for, just as a suggestion. That's all.
Okay, at this time, public comment section is closed. We will try our best to address as many questions as we can this evening. But I will first start, and Ms. Andrea Oates Parchment, you let us know if whether or not you're able to address some of these questions this evening. But the biggest question that most staff have mentioned was that they received renewals one day, and then 4 days later, they received a RIFT notice after. Can you speak to that?
It was an error. And it's unfortunate and it does feel cruel, but it was an error. And that did happen. And I believe our Human Resources Director sent an email out to the staff with an apology. I know that one of the callers didn't want to hear another apology from me, but I'm going to always take the blame or whatever because I'm the acting superintendent. And it was a mistake. I can't undo the mistake. And yes, it was cruel. And I apologize. And we will try to avoid having any more mistakes like that. And I'm not sure what else to say.
Okay, thank you. Another question was, did we look into grants to fund woodshop and other programs that are being eliminated?
So,
or were they considered?
I think that I need to just maybe set the time frame of what has happened within the last 2 weeks. We have met with the county superintendent several times. We have looked at the budget, revenue, expenditures, and we still could not balance the budget. And our priority, and it's not that no one else is a priority, our priority was to balance the budget and also do it expediently, but also with thought. And within the time frame, we could not research, grants for woodshop or grants for television studio when we were trying to cut our appropriations, our expenses, so that we would not have a monitor come into this school who would have done a lot more without the care and thought that we're trying to put into this in a very limited amount of time. And we have spent hours. And this is not an excuse. I just need to paint the picture that none of this is being done without thought. One of the callers mentioned when we went to the provider, the South Bergen Jointure, did we ask about prioritizing our staff? Absolutely. That was the first thing that we asked. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, they're so talented, our staff, that another district may pick them up. But of course, selfishly, we would like to prioritize and hope that they would come back to us, but they could find something more lucrative, as talented as they are. The last time we had $7 million left to find cuts. We had to look at every area. I know the question was, can't we reconsider? We can't reconsider anything. We were at the point where we had to consider everything. And that's what we did. And we balanced it with thought. Now, yes, we have to have a plan, but if I'm in the room with all of the people that have helped us come to this decision, can also do research. The priority was taking care of this, the budget, and it was a lot of time to do this up until Friday. Ms. Agastra, we still had to find how many million this Friday? 3.5 million. And Ms. Agastra came up with, I think, 1.2 without affecting staffing, but that still didn't help. And that was over the weekend. So I'm not trying to be insensitive, but there's a lot that has gone into this. So when you ask me for a plan, when I say we're going to have a plan, it was that someone said, how does 2026, 2027, how does it look in September? It look differently. And you're going to get a high level plan, but not with all the details in June. It's going to be in phases because yes, we plan to meet with teachers, we plan to meet HEA, we plan to meet, but we can't do all of this simultaneously. We just can't do simultaneously. The priority, getting this budget balanced to zero. And we just was able to do that. So I really wanted to make that clear. And I know that it was absolutely, I could see why you're saying it was cruel what happened to our related services people. And again, discussions were had, but things could not be finalized, and I can't go into personnel until late Monday and into Tuesday, the announcement made. I personally will take responsibility. I've met with my administrators, so there was consideration. Administrators cannot say that there was not consideration. The issue was that I'm taking responsibility. I sent an email to the principals. The message had to be shared with the related services before today so that they will be made aware. And the principals were not told that the related services staff was going to be spoken to. it happened that quickly. When I found out by one of our administrators, we were able to quickly inform the rest of the principals. And that did happen. And it was terrible. And we apologize. And that's why I really want to talk about when we're doing things and we're doing it quickly, and then we have to go back and rethink, and you tell people one thing and then you have to go back and tell them another thing, so then it doesn't happen. Why can we do this earlier, but we couldn't? And I can't share too much without going into personnel, but you know, people's sentiments are, I validate the sentiments.
Thank you. There was another question regarding the new positions that were created within the past 2 years. Were those eliminated?
Yeah, I can't speak to every one of those new positions, but I don't have that list in front of me. But I know.
want to make sure that people understand that the reason why we can't is because they are personnel related. So we had mentioned ECDC, and there's that rumor going around about ECDC. I know we can't get into full details about it.
So, yeah, we really can't, but I have made a call every single day, including today. And I finally, you know, we've come to the conclusion that something can happen. But now I'm expected to say this at a public meeting when I haven't even spoken to the ECDC teachers. I haven't spoken to the staff, and I spoke to the supervisor, and we wanted to plan a meeting. So this is happening quickly, and there's so many different things that we have to do. But since the question came up, and I apologize, ECDC staff, that I haven't been able to confirm this, but we are moving out of ECDC. And a parent approached me and I said, it's not, we were very happy that this might be able to happen, but we're moving out. And our students are going to be back into their elementary schools in 26, 27. And some of my administrators did the groundwork. Thank you, Director Pemberton. Thank you, Acting Principal Donna Petron-Wall. Thank you, Miss Sinette. And if I'm leaving other people out, thank you. They're doing the groundwork, and we have the 17, 18 classrooms to make that happen throughout our district.
Okay. Last but not least, the concern regarding our related services for our students in terms of service continuity for compensatory time for our students that are going to be missing out. I know this is a special ed department concern, but how will parents be notified? When will parents be notified if that is something that needs to be addressed?
We will work with the special ed department. I also want to have a special ed parent meeting just in general because of the concern and because this was just announced. I wanted to go back to students are not losing services required as their IEP for next year. Now, whether teachers are going to be, or our related staff will be looking for employment, they may be absent. That's what we talk about, the compensatory time. I have to meet with the director. I mean, that's a point that we have to recognize and discuss. Also, the South Bergen jointure, we know about the services they provide. I'm also, I have been writing down things and just, brainstorming. When we do have the staff that we will be using, meeting the staff, vetting the staff, and I would really hope that maybe some of our staff will be a part of them. They won't be different vendors from different places. It's one place. It will be manageable, and the staff, the special services staffs, will have work to do. The director and the supervisor, they still will have work to do. I'm going down my list to see what happens. Some schools have lost. Oh, if you don't mind, I wanted to mention the fact that it was mentioned that the middle school lost more staff than other schools. When staffing decisions are made, unfortunately, if one school has hired new teachers and they have a lot of new teachers, that means that the teachers are non-tenured. So you could have schools like maybe Fairmount in the middle school who over the past 2 or 3 years have hired a lot of new talented staff. And when you're non-tenured, unfortunately, the staff members are the first to, that is the law. And so middle school had a lot of non-tenured staff. I think that's about all I can say. Yeah. Missing money. The money is not missing. And I know that at Channel 8, ABC News had said that months ago. The money is missing. Where did it go? The money is not missing. And perhaps, President Harris, maybe we can just rerun the clip from Wilcox, where he clearly outlines what happened over the last 4 years. I think that would be very, very helpful because the
Financial
money,
mismanagement.
the money,
Mismanagement. Mhm.
right, it's not missing.
Right.
It's the
It-
other end, mismanagement.
Mismanagement and overspending,
Right.
correct.
And
But so I'm sorry. So the public, we
Yes.
cannot
I'm
interact
sorry.
back
I'm
and forth with the
sorry.
public. But yes, so it is a mismanagement of funds and overspending throughout the years,
yes.
from what Mr. Wilcox has said.
Accountability. I heard someone say that there should be more accountability on our part. Yes, and we will continue to hold ourselves accountable. It's funny that I heard a caller say today not to lower our standard of education. We are not going to lower our standard of education. And just recently I said, but there are a lot of things going on. And the worst thing is this Teacher Appreciation Week and the point that we had to do this, but our deadline was March 7th. And I'm sorry, yes, thank you, Jason. May 7th, that was our deadline for this budget hearing and to get this done. And unfortunately, some of these things had to happen during Teacher Appreciation Week. It's terrible. But we will not lower our standards for education. And I still have expectations for all of us. And that will not be lowered. Whether there are 30 people, 30 students in a class, 26 students in a class, that's not going to be lowered. And we're going to figure it out with everyone. Consider reestablishing the Special Education Task Force. The task force was done for a reason, and then it was dismantled. And there were three outcomes, three things, three goals that we were to address. And we have those goals. It's dismantled. But should we consider reestablishing a special education task force? I'm not sure if it's a task force. I think it's more of a special ed parent meeting. We already have that in place, but I think it should be more than that. Task force is there to address an issue, and then it's temporary. It's a temporary thing. So yes, we will consider special ed parent meetings. Considering sports. And I'm sorry if you misunderstood me, but the sports, we can have that information for you at the May 13th meeting. We sat down with Mr. Montesano and with Ms. Canestrino, and they did an excellent job because it's not left to me. So when we say collaboration, I didn't know a lot about sports, so I'm not going to. I made some suggestions and it was said, no, you need to look at this and what we did, and this is what we know. And we relied on that. So we did meet with them, but they would be, Mr. Montesano would be the better person to really explain the details about freshman sports, JV, how it looks, because the way they explained to me, you have coaches that work with both, so I think it would be better coming from them, and that could be shared at the May 13th meeting. Paraeducators, I am sorry that you felt that it was insensitive, but once again, that was another thing that pretty much happened quickly, and you were informed. And a parent letter went out immediately after that to try to notify our community. Why charter schools are not on the table? Well, I have felt the same way. I actually asked the county superintendent Friday when he was in our conference room. Charter schools can take as many of our students as they want. There is no limit. It's the law. And we can't ask for them. That's the law. And I'm really, very concerned about that, but that is the law, and there's no limit to the amount of students they can recruit. And Victor, I'm sad as well. And I want to thank you. I know you mentioned fundraising, and Victor, we may be able to fundraise for a few field trips, but we can't fundraise for the millions and millions and millions of dollars that would be needed, and it would not sustain us. But you matter, people matter, our students matter, and so do our parents. They matter. And I know that everyone feels like they don't matter because the cuts affected you, but this is something we had to do. The other thing that was mentioned is having administrators move back into the buildings. We have a list of ongoing, every time that we hear suggestions, we actually have a Google Doc with all of the information that we need to address. I received from the PTA President's Council through Mrs. Ponteseca a list of questions. There must be about 34 questions. I would say a lot of them are excellent. All of those things are being considered. So if you think we're not listening, we're listening to you. And we're trying to pull the information together. And now that if this budget gets voted on, we can now move to the next phase. But I'm telling you, this could not be done simultaneously. with what we had to do with this budget. We really had to work on the numbers, and maybe even now you pointed out some errors that were on because we're proofreading at the last minute. I'm just trying to paint the picture of what happens. We're not sitting here, we're not twiddling our thumbs, and nor am I trying to provide excuses. This is just the way it is. And yes, in terms of bringing services back, restoring Hackensack to where we need to be, yes, but I will also be honest with you in terms of enrollment. You're going to hear, if we play back the message from our accountants, enrollment went down, but staffing went up. So that's something we have to look at. We also are looking forward to a 5-year strategic plan. And with a strategic plan, that's where you identify priorities. So what's going to be the priority? And everything cannot be a priority. So it's just like you do your home budget. I want this, I want that, I want this to happen, but we have to be more strategic about where we're going to put our money, why we're going to put our money, and what's most important. And that's not going to be decided today and tomorrow. It's going to take time. And I just want to once again thank everyone for your comments. I may not have addressed everything, but guaranteed, when I leave here, I have my administrative assistant. She has an ongoing list of every single person's comments, where they go to, how they're going to be addressed. So we are taking everything seriously. And so that's all I can address right now.
Thank you. So before we wrap up this section, I just wanted to thank our parents, our students, our staff for coming out this evening and speaking. A very emotional evening tonight. And I just want to encourage you to continue to advocate for your children, for other children. That is how many of our children, my own children, got their services, is through your advocacy and your support. And I appreciate you. I hear you. We all understand the difficulties that are happening in regards to hearing more from the community. This board has mentioned and has wanted to do a town hall. But instead of just calling it a town hall, we want it to be purposeful, and we want it to be more of an informational session where we can have a specific topic and talk about that topic so it's more organized. I believe Trustee Gilmore will probably talk more about that with the Community Relations Committee, where we can get the ideas and the system of how that's going to work and look like. So please keep a lookout for that, because that possibly might even happen during the summer months if we need to. We're also still working here, and we would definitely appreciate lots of input from the community. As Ms. Andrea Oates Parchman had mentioned, we will be starting our new 5-year strategic planning, and within that strategic planning also involves the community. So what the community input, what do they want to see? How do we want to see our school looking like in the next 5 years, 3 years? And also to remind folks that next week we have our regular board meeting on Wednesday. So please come out where more information will be available to you. And hopefully, if your questions weren't answered this evening, like Ms. Andrea Oates Parchman had mentioned, she does have a running list of those questions, and hopefully we can answer some of those at next week's meeting. Did you want to say something? Sure.
Thank you,
Welcome.
President Harris. Self-expression comes with risks. And when you express yourself, sometimes you run the risk of being misunderstood. And I appreciate the chair for letting me make a comment before we went to public comment. I recognize that some people may not have received my comments in the spirit in which they were given. And for that, I apologize if people felt that my comments came across as rude or disrespectful. We are here to serve. We are here to listen. Because my intention is to stay till the end of every meeting and to be present, as you will see that all my fellow board trustees are doing the same. We were advocates of changing the agenda so public comments came before executive session in some of these more difficult conversations, more difficult meetings, so that the public would have an opportunity to make their comments and not have to wait until executive session was completed. But in doing that, I thought I was highlighting that there are additional challenges that come with that. I did run for this office. I was appointed and I ran for it. I am here to serve in that capacity till, the wee hours, but I was trying to highlight a challenge, not to say that we begrudge the public that challenge. And my expression, how I feel about something, does not necessarily reflect management. So I wanted to be clear that I was speaking on my own behalf and how I see things. I'm grateful that Trustee Gilmore and the Community Relations Committee are putting together more town hall opportunities, because one of the challenges of this is that we're expected to make sound decisions at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, because we're combining hearing everything that has occurred at the same time in the same evening that we have to make important decisions. And that's the challenge that I was trying to get the public to see. I hope that the people who were most impacted this week by some of the things that we've heard tonight didn't think that my comments were directed toward them. As a parent of a child with special needs, of a parent of a non-conversational child, what language my child has, Ms. Guzman and Ms. Walling gave him. Ms. N taught my son how to walk when I couldn't. So hearing from them is important, is essential. The parents who are most frustrated because their children are not getting the services that they're depending on for their survival, those are the people that we're here to hear from. So I don't want anyone to think that my comments were directed to, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear everybody. I was just highlighting the logistics of, we still have to do 2-3 hours worth of business after we hear, and at times it's been 45, 42 unique speakers. So I just close out to say I did not intend to offend anyone, but in self-expression that can occur. So I thank you for your consideration of my comments, and I'm looking forward to the town hall meetings where we can just focus on hearing and having a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to call it town hall, information sessions, information sessions. Okay, so before we go into executive session, I just want to let the public know that when we do come back, we do have a resolutions to vote on, and there will be board comments at the end if board members do choose to have board comments, and that will be all for this evening, okay? Be it resolved that the Hackensack Board of Education determines it necessary to meet in executive session on Wednesday, May 6, 2026, to discuss legal, personnel, student-related matters, HIB reports, negotiations, and other confidential matters. And be it further resolved that these matters will be made public when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Can I have a motion to go into executive, please?
A motion.
Motion by Trustee Stein, second by Trustee Pringle. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you all. Have a great evening. I do not know what time we will be back, but we do have a pretty heavy executive session. Thank you.
We have to meet now?
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back. Can I have a motion to reopen to the public, please?
There you go.
Motion by trustee Stein,
Second.
second by trustee Jones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? All right, it is 11:38 PM. And we are going to move on to our resolutions and committee reports. And we're going to start with personnel, and the trustee for personnel, or the chair of personnel, is trustee Amr Hamza.
Thank you, Madam President. The Personnel Committee met this week, and we have items, personnel items A1 and A2 to offer for consideration.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from trustee Amr Hamza. Can I have a second?
I second.
Second by trustee Gilmore. Dr. Lewis, can you please do a roll call?
Trustee Alston Balaputra.
Yes.
Trustee Amr Hamza.
Yes.
Trustee Carroll.
Yes.
Trustee Gilmore.
Yes.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pringle.
Yes.
Trustee Stein.
Yes.
Vice President Martin.
Yes.
President Harris.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to finance, and the chair of the finance committee is trustee Stein.
No, thank you. I'm offering B1, B1A to B1G.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion from trustee Stein. Can I have a second?
A second.
Second by trustee Pringle. Dr. Lewis, can you please do a roll call?
Trustee Alston Balaputra.
Abstain.
Trustee Amr Hamza.
Yes.
Trustee Carroll.
Yes.
Trustee Gilmore.
Yes.
Trustee Jones.
Yes.
Trustee Pringle.
Yes.
Trustee Stein.
Yes.
Vice President Martin.
Yes.
President Harris.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And that is your cue, Miss Andrea Oates Parchment. You can call Patrick. Thank you. And for those who don't know, that is our executive county superintendent to let him know that the budget has just passed. Thank you. Preliminary. Final. Final. It is our final.
Final budget.
The final budget. Okay, moving on to our community relations. Do we have a report?
We had a meeting on the schedule for tomorrow, but I didn't get a response from the committee that it was good. So I'm going to email tomorrow to get a new date so we could begin working on the information sessions.
Excellent, thank you. Nothing for any other committees, new business. Okay, we don't have any new business. Moving on to our second public comment section, where individuals may address the board on agenda and school matters of community interest for 1 minute. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? I see that there are none. Moving on to online. Okay, I see that there are none online. So public comment section is now closed. Moving on to board comments, and I will begin with trustee Stein.
Oh, thank you. Very quickly, I attended the spring instrumental concert on April 21st. Kids are amazing. A number of them are going to college to specialize somewhere in the performing arts, whether it's production, music instrumental. One of the students actually wants to become a music teacher. I tried to talk him out of it. Joking. So it does pay off. On April 23rd, the Spanish National Honor Society had their induction. It's wonderful to see not only from the instrumental side, but to the intellectual side. They inducted over 40 students into the National Spanish Honor Society. And on the 28th was the spring chorus concert. Again, our kids are so talented, and what voices they have. And With that, I'd like to say good night to everybody.
Thank you. All right, trustee Austin Balputra.
I just wanted to thank all of the different schools that have sent us invitations for events coming up. May is a very busy month with a lot of activities. Unfortunately, I'm really excited about them, but a lot of them I can't make because of end of year activities at my own school. So I just wanted to let you know we're receiving the information and we are excited about all of the events. Have a good night.
Thank you. Trustee Jones.
I'll keep it kind of short because I was ultra long-winded earlier in the meeting. I just thanking everybody for their participation and people for showing up, calling in. Again, Victor with that call, that was a powerful call. Just I've been blown away by since I've been here the participation of kids, and I know it's like I came at a particularly rough time, but it's amazing. The kids that speak up, and I think that speaks a lot. It means a lot for the future of our town. If we can continue to, again, not for reasons like this, hopefully ever again, but have the children be engaged like that. I also just wanted to clarify the comments that I made regarding putting central office up for sale, and and I'm not backing off of that. I'm just saying, the example I was using was the price that you can get for it was very similar to all the cuts that we were doing on programs and sports. But I was not saying that that's the only way that money should be used. Like, I mean, obviously, there's a lot smarter people than me out there that if we did have a couple $1 million, I'm sure there's other ways you can spend it or mix it up and save one program. So obviously, a lot of people are being affected, and so it was just really trying to show an example of what that money could do. But I think if I still think we should do it, or at least try to do it, and I think after that it's a conversation on if that goes to how we would spend that, and as long as we keep the kids first all the time, and that could be used in a lot of different ways. So that's all.
Thank you. Trustee Carroll just left. Trustee Amber Hamza.
Thank you so much. It's hard to know what exactly to say after another very difficult meeting. I think we can all agree that, there's really, no good choice that we are left with when we are in this type of a position financially. And every decision impacts staff and programs, and number one impacts our students. And so that, it really hurts all of us when we're making those decisions. And I also want to acknowledge, as many people highlighted, and as, Acting Superintendent Oates Parchment mentioned, there have been mistakes that have been made. I think it's safe to say there's no blueprint of how you go through such a massive deficit. I think we all are committed to making sure that we can continue to try and operate, in as transparent a way as we can, legally. And I think it's really important that we continue to get everyone's feedback. These informational sessions, I think, will be really helpful. And so we want to continue to hear everyone. Doesn't matter if they're good, bad, negative comments, we are here to listen. And I do, despite all of the challenges and the problems along the way, I really do want to acknowledge all of the hard work that Andrea has put in with her team. And it really has been around the clock and up to the wire, not because that's how we want to do it, but because we were forced to make adjustments, on a very short timeline. It's really a complicated, and kind of disappointing time that all of this is happening, as was mentioned during Teacher Appreciation Week. I think, at times like this that are so hard, these are when it's most important to acknowledge with gratitude all of the hard work that our teachers are putting in and day out. you know, especially in uncertain times like this, and they still show up and they still put a smile on their faces despite the personal adversity and things that are happening, whether they're personally impacted or see their colleagues impacted. We are a very unique district in that we are a tight-knit family. And I think we all feel that collective pain. But I was encouraged by some of the comments, you know, especially by one of our youngest commenters, Victor, just hearing how poised he was, and really advocating on behalf of his teachers and fellow students. And, you know, just echoing what some folks said in their comments, we are committed. We have all said here, we are committed to rebuilding, you know, to rebuilding and restoring the programs and services and people that matter so much to us. You know, please just continue to tell us what you think. We need to hear that. That has to, you know, help guide us through these decisions. But again, you know, thank you to everyone for coming and providing your feedback. We do really appreciate that.
Okay, Trustee Gilmore.
Just wanted to thank everyone for coming out and sharing your concerns, your frustrations. We accept the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm also looking forward to meeting with the Community Relations Committee to map out how we're going to communicate with the community, because this has to be a group effort. We want the community involved. We want your input. So we hope that once we get the details of when these information sessions will start, we hope that everyone will come out and share your feedback, your input, so that we can all work together to rebuild the Hackensack School District.
Is it possible to, because we're talking about town hall, or you call it something else?
Informational session.
The old informational session.
Community gathering.
Right, that as well. Is it possible that we can put out like a, what do they call, survey chimp or something? What's the, that goes to the teachers as well? Like, because we've had a lot of teachers call up saying, nobody's asking us for feedback. And then this way, what that'll do is, since you guys have so much coming at you at once, then we could kind of filter through it and build a list of FAQs. So now when it's time for the Community Relations Committee to meet with people, it's like, well, we have answers. I mean, this question was asked 30 times. Here's an answer. Like, you know, so I don't know. I think if it could go to the teachers and it can go to somehow, I don't know how the entire general public, but you know, if, and then I'll help sift through it, you know, whatever. It's a lot. I don't know. Cause I guarantee you there's gonna be a lot of good ideas that come.
Idea.
We formed a survey committee. So there are some ideas out there. We just have to formalize them and determine how we're going to execute the survey.
Right, I think it should hit the whole staff too. I mean, everybody.
Yeah,
I think,
it's true. The staff input is.
yeah,
the
they know
most
more than we
important.
do when it comes to,
Hearing all of that today, I
Right.
think it's critical.
that's all. Thank you. Good night.
Sure.
So when we met with the Community Relations Committee, and I did follow up with them, we already pay a service, and it's called Thought Exchange. So we have the information to do the survey. I just want to, so we're not recreate, we tell them what it is, what we expect from the survey, the
That's
outcome,
great.
and then they build the questions for us. So it's Thought Exchange. I've already followed up with the teacher.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Pringle.
I don't want to be long-winded and be repetitive also too. So I want to say, hopefully, Victor's already sleeping. So, but good night, to Victor. Thank you, my fellow school board members, our attorney, our president, vice president, our acting superintendent, Dr. Lewis, Lindita, our human resource director, Danielle. And yes, everyone have a blessed night, and we will be able to rebuild Hackensack. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Yes,
I too attended the spring concert on the behalf of the Hackensack Rotary Club. And as president, we donated two donations, one to the chorus and the other one to the band. We gave a donation to each of one of them for the appreciation of the work they do. And as a tradition, the Hackensack Rotary, we usually have them, the chorus, come to our meetings and do the Christmas carols for us. But there was some conflict, so we was unable to do it. So they invited us to the spring concert, and that's where we presented the donations to the both of them. Also, the rest of my comments will be on the 13th, but we do appreciate everybody coming out. As I always say, every meeting in my board comments, we do encourage you to come out. We like to see you sitting in the seats and come up to the mic and speak. And regardless if it's good or bad, we want to hear from you. So please continue on coming out. Don't get discouraged. And we're always looking forward to seeing you. That's it. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. In case you missed it, we just passed our budget for the 26-27 school year. That is one of our biggest fiduciary responsibilities, or actually only fiduciary responsibility that we have, is to pass the budget. And, you know, again, thank you to the board members for asking the right questions. Thank you to central office for all the work and time you put into making this happen, even in these very hard circumstances that we've been in. I also just want to quickly acknowledge again, teacher appreciation. You know, as a teacher, you know, you do it for the kids. You do it for the love of educating, to continue that spark. And when you hear students like Victor who call in, and that's the reason why you wake up so early, you stay late doing lesson plans, making copies, is for students like Victor, who show you that they're going to be future leaders one day. And I look forward to seeing him grow into that future leader of Hackensack. And I also want to give a big thanks and appreciation to our building administrators and leaders who have done so many wonderful things for our staff to show that they acknowledge them and that they care for them. Thank you for doing that. It is truly, it is seen. And just like what Trustee Alcibala-Pucha has said, you know, thank you for the invitations. Continue to invite us. Just because we all can't go doesn't mean that one of us can't show face. And we will try our best to be there and to go to as many events as we can. Also, shout out to Fairmount, who will be having soon a new playground opening very soon. And we do plan as a board to have some sort of ribbon cutting ceremony for that new playground, and we'll keep the community informed about that. Yes, it's very, very nice. All right, so that is it for my comments this evening. Can I have a motion to, do you have something to say?
Just principal appreciation.
And principal appreciation, yes, today. No, it was last week. Yes, it was, yes. Yes, and happy appreciation day to our administrators, our principals. Thank you. So can I have a motion to adjourn our meeting? Motion from Trustee Pringle, second by Trustee Stein. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? All right, it is 11:56 p.m. Thank you and have a good night.
One more.